members. And I want to welcome everybody tuning in on youtube.com or Facebook live stream. It is Tuesday, September the 21st of the 21st year of this century. And we are here at the regular Milpitas City Council meeting. Always such a joy and pleasure to be in City Hall on Tuesday evenings serving our community. All right, with that being said, we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order, and we'll go to our city clerk, Wendy Wood, for the roll call.
Councilmember Tua. Councilmember Tua is present. Councilmember Dominguez. Councilmember Fan.
Present.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Here.
Vice Mayor Montano is here. Mayor Tran.
Here. Thank you very much, Wendy. And next is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Again, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And we'll continue on with tonight's meeting. I have a very great confidence it'll be a very efficient and effective meeting. Here we go. Next up is the invocation, and we'll go to Councilmember Fan.
I'll defer the invocation to any of my colleagues that would like to say anything, but if not, we can proceed with the meeting.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. I'll go ahead and pick up the invocation. Please, as you may. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for gathering us safely tonight in Milpitas City Hall, home of the Trojans and the land of the cornfields since 1954. It is truly a blessing to be a part of this community, one that puts families first and looks after one of another. Please guide us this evening with our guests, consultants, and residents as we proceed with the city's business. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you very much. Next up's the presentations. I think we only got one. I'm just gonna run down there and do it myself. It's okay. All right, here we go. Thank you very much. We have one proclamation this evening here in Milpitas, California. I want to first thank folks on the third floor. I know that over the years, our executive secretary, Rochelle, has always been really the reason why a lot of these proclamations are created and such. So I do want to take a moment to give thanks to persons that have been assisting me for so long with these proclamations and commendations, which go under the umbrella of presentations. I do want to also thank our city clerk, Wendy Wood, for sort of preparing the meeting aspect of it as well. All right, folks, here at Milpitas, we have one proclamation tonight, and it is Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, if I may. In the United States, every year, over 20,000 women are diagnosed with ovarian cancer, and about 14,000 women die of this disease. While ovarian cancer is the 9th most common cancer among the female population, it is the 5th leading cause of cancer-related deaths among women. Like all cancers, ovarian cancer inflicts pain and hardship on women and their families. It is critical for women, physicians, and all healthcare providers to recognize the risk factors and symptoms, and to remember the importance of early detection. During National Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month, it is important that we honor the courage of those affected by ovarian cancer and renew our commitment to promote early detection and treatment of this illness that takes the lives of far too many women. And therefore, I, Mayor Rich Tran, on behalf of the great City Council, so proud of them, proclaim the month of September as Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Milpitas. I want to think about my mother, who was a cancer survivor, and all cancer survivors in Milpitas, and those that tragically lost their lives to cancer, and their families. Thank you. Okay, back up on the dais here. It's time for the public forum, folks. You know the drill. Welcome here if you're in the chamber. Great seeing a few community members here tonight. I want to welcome those online on Facebook Live or youtube.com. We have a Zoom meeting, which is posted on our city website digitally, also outside of City Hall as well on the notice board. And so folks are able to join us tonight via in person or Zoom. And tonight's public forum will be 1 minute, and we'll go ahead and commence the public forum. If you're here in the chamber tonight, yes, sir, come on down. I see a gentleman. Gentleman in the purple. Oh, okay, what a gentleman. Yes, sir, come on up. Welcome.
Hi, this is my first time over here for the public forum. I want to bring to your attention that there is a homeless guy in front of our library, which is used by most of the community members, and it's a brand new library. He is brushing his teeth. He's taking showers in front of the library, and this occurs on a daily basis between 6 and 7 p.m. I try to reach out to the library, and then there was a library resource officer, and they said they couldn't do anything, and that they asked me to reach out to the city council. So I got some pictures, hard copies of the pictures, if you want to take a look at it.
Absolutely.
Somehow this need to be addressed because he's doing all those on the steps where people can sit and wait. And what I see is during the day, there are people sitting on it, and then children playing around. And it's a hygiene. He's taking care of his hygiene, but he's creating problems for others' hygiene. So that's what I want to say.
Thank you so much. You know, our police chief is right here. Please hand him the folder,
Okay.
Or the city clerk. I think you'll save it. We'll save the middle person. I know the chief's right here, and possible considerations will be taken over here. Okay, thank you very much for your comment. We'll put Milpitas families first.
Yeah, and also on the main street, right, I see a lot of homeless folks, and I see cops attending a lot of calls over there. So that's another probably item that we need to
Absolutely.
address. Yeah,
you're absolutely correct. I see what you see, and let's connect. I think we have your contact information, or you can send me an email on the city website.
Great.
And we'll get to the bottom of it together. Thank you.
Thanks.
And I really appreciate your time coming down here to City Hall during the meeting. I know you're very busy with your family and things, so I hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for hearing me.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Montemayor, come on down.
Voltaire Montemayor Milpitas, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Member, and all the city council members at home too. Yeah, city manager and stuff. Yeah, great concern. I observed that to us, the mayor observed about the homeless people. And my topic is about a little bit of the presentation. Yeah, it touched me. I'm in between. We have a law of that topic of that, like, I don't want to mention it. In other words, I'm for the babies. Yeah, as a Knights of Columbus member. And I go, already we pray for lives. In other words, ovarian cancer is really a touching one. So yeah, there's a Planned Parenthood with that we pray for the Knights of Columbus. So in other words,
thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montemayor. And we'll go to the Zoom, folks. Thanks for joining us on Zoom. I see a dozen or so attendees here tonight on the Milpitas Cloud Zoom platform. If you'd like to provide public comment here tonight, now would be your time here in the public forum. If you're here for a certain agenda item, you can wait until that item is heard and provide your comment there. That would be the best time, ideal time. Okay, great. I going once, going twice on the Zoom. I see no further virtual raise. Oh, okay, I see a hand. Allison McDonald, welcome.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor Tran, and city staff and members of the public who are in attendance. I wanted to take this opportunity to invite you all to the Sunny Hills Neighborhood Association virtual breakfast with Supervisor Otto Lee coming up on October 2nd. If you would like to participate in that, you'll need to get the link from me. And I'm looking for the special email address for that. I believe it's info@sunnyhillsneighborhood.org. But anyone who needs to find out to get the link to attend that meeting can reach out, check out the website and find the link there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate all that you do. Okay, I'm looking for any further virtual raised hands on the Zoom platform. Folks at home, if you're watching, it may sound weird, but we do have a Zoom we're looking at here. We got another tablet in front of us, and we can see a list of folks who want to sort of tap in. So great. Okay, I don't see any further requests for the public forum in person or in the cloud. Going once, going twice. The public forum has now concluded. Thank you, folks. Moving on to announcements and future agenda items. And we'll start off with our city manager, Steve McHarris.
Good evening, Mayor Tran and members of the council. I have no announcements this evening.
Thank you very much, Steve. And I'll pick it up from there. Let's see. I want to really commend our city of Milpitas for the Milpitas Cleanup Day 2021. The Beautify Milpitas effort has certainly taken another step up as we look to clean our city out. Kudos. I want to give kudos to all our city staff who went out there and our elected officials. I know I saw the Vice Mayor Carmen Montano and Council Member Evelyn Chu was out there with the leaves in the bags, and I'm inspired by all of you to do my small contribution as well. And so we got a lot of exciting things coming up here in City Hall. I think really in the fall time here, where we're going to keep beautifying Milpitas together. I know, and I'm very excited about that. So that's my announcement. I have one future agenda item. No urgency so much, but definitely want to put it on the radar for 4 more hours of staff time with the Vice Mayor's leadership, along with myself, together to explore and have a discussion. Step 1 for building height limits near our hills. I think Maria Lemery's out there and she'd be happy with this one. But definitely not all of Milpitas, but certainly in proximity to our hillside, building height limits. Let's have that conversation. Let's just explore it. And timeline for that will be as late as let's go January 22. Okay, we'll take a look at it by then. Fantastic. Okay, next up, we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So first of all, I want to thank staff, the city of Milpitas for hosting the first ever Hispanic Heritage Month. It was a great success. And then we have food donated by Las Vegas Taqueria, and then best sandwiches. It was really nice. We had mariachis, folk dancers, and some singers like me. It was nice. Also, I want to thank Evelyn Chua, Councilmember Chua, for bringing some folks to the National Cleanup Day at the library with Joseph Edhart, the Milpitas Historical Society, and the Boy Scouts. It was a great success. We cleaned up that big lot, and it was pretty bad. And then I guess a couple of homeless were living there and left a bunch of trash. So we picked it up, we cleaned it up, we did our civic duty. And I'm glad you brought up about the building heights. That's something that it's important. The other thing is I'd like the city to look into a pilot camera program. I know the city of Fremont has cameras in different sectors of the neighborhood of their neighborhoods, but I'd like to see if we can have a partnership. I know we already have a partnership with homes that already have cameras, but what about folks that live in strategic areas like main streets where they don't have a camera? Maybe the city can provide a camera to them so that way we can make sure that we have good camera surveillance, because there has been an increase in some crime. And I think that, well, basically, bottom line, have the city look into it and see what we can come up with. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Montano. And next in person, before we go to the cloud, next in person, we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I really want to thank the volunteers for the first ever National Cleanup Day in Milpitas, and also the staff. They really did a great job. So thank you all. Also, I would like to, like Mayor said, I would like to thank Rochelle for doing such a good job on supporting us administrative wise. And also I want to shout out to the IT room, Matt and Elorin, and of course Daniel. They always make us look good, and we don't have problems that why we don't see them. And can I get my slide, please? I have one. As you know, I am the liaison to the Library Commission, and they showed us, last night was the meeting, and they showed us the statistics of the number of books borrowed, the number of people at the library, which is very interesting. Okay, I'll talk about that when it's ready. Also on Tuesday, I'm pretty sure Chief Gerard would appreciate this. It's Boba with a Cop over at IT Duraco, close to Wells Fargo Bank. It's Tuesday from 2 to 4 p.m. Right, Chief? So we'll be there. Oh, is it today?
Yeah.
Oh man, I missed it. I messed up. I announced it at the library and I thought it's the other day. Okay, how was it? It was great. Thank you. So anyway, here you go. This is the snapshot. As you can see, does everybody see this? Okay, it's 5,420 borrowers, 75,000 plus items checked out, and 20,000, almost 21,000 visitors at the library for the month of August. Isn't that amazing? So they're busy. For my request, one of the chair of the Library Commission made this recommendation to me, and it's an annual shredding event. So I would like the city manager and the executive team to look at how we can do this for Milpitas. It's a once a year shredding event of documents. And they do this, she mentions that they do this in Sunnyvale and I think Santa Clara. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. Next up on the Zoom, we have Councilmember Fan. Welcome.
Thank you. As you may know, it's been a fairly hectic time the past year and a half or so for many of our Milpitas small businesses, particularly restaurants. One of the challenges that they're facing now that we're sort of moving out of the pandemic is that customers would still like the comfort of dining outdoors. However, because of certain provisions, that is not allowed in many scenarios, depending on the permit and when it expires. I'd like for us to extend outdoor dining options until at the very least at the end of the year. I know this is something that San Jose is doing. It's been very well received by consumers and by the business itself. The CDC does predict another surge come around the holidays. So I think should the weather provide that option to dine outdoors would go a very long way towards the public health of our community. So I'd like to request for us to revise our relevant policies or ordinances, muni code, to allow continued use of outdoor dining for our restaurants. That's my request. And just one update that I'd like to provide is I'm pleased to announce that Governor Newsom, who thankfully will still be our governor, has signed into law SB 9, which will go a very long way towards housing affordability, and it ultimately bans single family zoning and eliminates exclusionary practices. So I bring it up because it is relevant to the interests of the council in recent weeks.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan, for your proposal with the outdoor dining. Our city is already, for some time now, working on that. We've extended outdoor dining, sort of the planning and permitting of it until the end of this calendar year. Are you, can you be a little bit more particular about if that your proposal is separate?
My apologies. Beyond the end of the calendar year, I misspoke. Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Going into March.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's a great idea, and we'll have staff work on that. Thank you very much. Okay, next up we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Good evening, everybody. At this time, I'd like to congratulate Mayor Ramon for having an amazing fundraising event. I think it was great. It brought the community together. It was the first time that I've ever seen mariachi. So definitely thank you so much for this amazing opportunity to bring our community together. I know I really appreciated the opportunity to just see everybody again. So that was really fun. In terms of requests, I do have one. You know, I've been attending some updates in terms of economic development. And one of the challenges that we've seen, and some of our businesses have approached many of us through email or here in person, is the unfortunate that there.
Looks like we've lost a connection with Councilmember Dominguez via the Zoom platform. The audio was certainly a little choppy there. I hope the council member is.
I'm so sorry. I'm back.
Oh.
Back.
Councilmember Dominguez, we're having a hard time with your audio.
I know it's, could you hear me now, Mayor?
Yes, we'll give it a try.
All right. So in terms of outdoor dining, I know this council has requested staff to look into subsidizing some of the permit fees. Some of our businesses are experiencing some financial hardships when they're building outside to extend their outdoor dining or to implement building to keep our patrons safe from COVID-19. So I would like to request for the council to please look at directing staff to come up with a plan of
Oh, we've lost the council member again. That's the second time. This is getting a little difficult here. Councilmember Dominguez, can you locate yourself in a secure place where possibly your reception might not cut off?
Yeah, I apologize. It's in Milpitas. It's in my house. And so I know that this side of town has been experiencing some internet issues. But regardless, what I would like is to subsidize permit fees for our small businesses for them to build outside in order to support their outdoor dining.
Okay, when you mean small, are you talking about what are the parameters?
I think we have defined businesses for employees with under 100 in the city of Milpitas. And so I would like staff to continue with the definition that they have used for small businesses.
Okay, yeah, we'll explore it. We'll take a look at the fiscal impact. Yes. Yeah, put on the list. Okay, great. Any further requests?
Yes, I would also like to ask staff to look at having a bike event where we could close the street off in Milpitas and encourage walkability to businesses and explore an event that's similar to Viva Calle. I went to the one in San Jose over the weekend and it was so much fun to just have a road closure and to have a safe place for people to walk, to play, and to bike. And so it'd be great if we could do that in the city. So I would kindly ask this council to direct staff to look into that.
Okay, what kind of budget are you asking for?
At this time, it would be great if the staff could do what the city of San Jose did, and then they could look at where it could be used, and then for them to come back with an estimate of cost. I think that's a great place to start.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that operation is pretty expensive. I'll have to take more time to think about it today. If there's any support for the idea, I'll look around for it. Okay, carry on, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much. That concludes my request.
Thank you very much. All right, moving on here to the announcement of. Okay, we'll go to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, that request was already suggested by me back in a couple of months, Steve, City Manager, and I think it was, and also with the, I'm also the liaison to the Parks and Recs Commission, so that was also requested on there. So as far as being on the list, I can't recall, but I did request it with the Parks and Recs Commission, and that was one of their goals on their.
Okay, so I just received word that the Parks Commission is looking at it right now, and it is in the book. So I will still need to look at that budget, but thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Is there is there a minute that staff could
Yes, please contact the Parks and Recreation Commission. Yes, please contact the Parks and Recreation Commission. Thank you very much. All right, folks, we're going to move on here to announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. We have a city attorney here tonight, Martin de Los Angeles. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you. I'll now ask the mayor and each council member whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. I will start with Council Member Chua.
None.
Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Councilmember Fan.
None.
Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
And Mayor Tran.
None.
I will also ask the mayor and council members to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda or contributions received from development project applicants for development projects on tonight's agenda. I'll start with Councilmember Chua.
I have to think. I think I got I got a contribution of more than $100 from Pulte Homes. I'm not sure right now, but it's better to disclose it than find out later. So
Okay. I believe it's Councilmember Cho. I believe the requirement would apply only to applicants and not to lobbyists. But if you want to disclose that, we'll just note that for the record.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then
So disclosed.
okay, thank you. And
Thank
Councilmember Dominguez,
None.
Councilmember Fan,
Who's the applicant for California Circle?
I could answer that. That is Pulte Homes.
Oh, none.
Vice Mayor Montano
None.
and Mayor Tran.
None.
Let the record reflect none to the questions with the exception of Councilmember Chua's disclosure for question number 2. And Mayor, I can also read the Council Code of Conduct if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So Milpitas Council Code of Conduct: be respectful and courteous, words, tone, and body language, model civility, avoid surprises, praise publicly and criticize privately, focus on the issue, not the person, refrain from using electronic devices while on the council days, disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items, separate governing from campaigning, the council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues, respect the line between policy and administration, and the council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct.
Thank you very much, Martin. And we'll move on to the approval of agenda. And I will move to approve the agenda. Looking for a second. We have a second from Councilmember Chua. All in favor? And we'll go with the roll call here. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself as an aye, the agenda is approved. Moving on to the consent calendar. I want to add item to the consent, item number 18 to the consent calendar. And we'll go to Councilmember Chua.
A second.
Okay. Any further requests for the consent calendar? I see a virtual raised hand from Councilmember Fan.
Yeah. I guess my request is after the consent calendar.
Okay, so we're on the consent calendar here.
Sure, yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, I see no further objections. We're going to add number 18 to the consent calendar. One of my favorite things to do to add to the consent calendar. We had a motion by myself. We have a second by Councilmember Chua. All in favor. We'll go with the roll call. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
And we'll pause right there and go to our city clerk, Wendy Wood.
I just want to make sure that that includes the amended agreement that you received as the additional attachment today.
Yes.
For item
yes,
C11.
absolutely. Yes. Thank you so much, Wendy. Very detailed. We appreciate it. Okay. All right. We got a motion and a second by Councilmember Chua, and we'll go to the vote. Let's go ahead and do it again. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. The consent calendar is approved. Love it. All right, moving on here to public hearings. Item number 14, let's conduct a public hearing and approve the draft fiscal year 2021 CDBG Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. And according to the agenda, we will go to our Director of Building and Safety and Housing, Building Safety and Housing, pardon me, Sharon Goey. Sharon, are you there?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes, can you
welcome.
hear me, Mayor?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members and members of the community. We're going to have our Housing and Neighborhood Services Administrator, Robert Muslim. He's going to present this item. I think he's just getting promoted now, so.
We are here. Okay, we're getting the Zoom set up. One exciting item. Public hearings always have a lot of interest for obvious reasons. And when we talk about CDBG, it's always a really a heartfelt, positive time. And so we'll wait for our presenter here as they get the Zoom connected. And I want to give a shout out here, since we got a moment, I want to give a shout out to our information technology department. Really often overlooked, overshadowed, but really sort of one of the most valuable departments here in the city throughout this pandemic. I can't imagine all the work that is asked of our IT department to really digitize all the work we do. So Sharon, just give me the notice when we're ready. And
yeah, I think Robert is on right now, so.
Fantastic. Take it away.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Tonight's presentation will be to discuss the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, often shortened to CAPER, for fiscal year 2020-2021. Next slide, please. Some quick background. Community Development Block Grant funds are administered by HUD, and this funding is allocated to each city for the primary benefit of low and moderate income households. The allocations we are reviewing tonight were allocated by the City Council on June 16th, 2020. Next slide, please. So what is the CAPER? The CAPER is a HUD-required document that evaluates the performances of the grantee during a particular fiscal year. By September of every year, the city is required to submit the accomplishments of each activity to HUD and measure their progress towards the consolidated plan goals. This CAPER is the fourth progress report for the 2017 through 2022 consolidated plan that was approved by the City Council in 2017. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the funding allocated during this fiscal year. Up top, you will see the CDBG formula funding amount. This is the amount of money the city received as a part of their standard HUD formula allocation. That's $676,000 up top. The second number, $397,911, is the amount received in the first tranche of the CDBG coronavirus funding. And then the third amount was unused prior year funding that HUD allowed the city to reallocate for COVID-related activities. So in total, the city allocated over $1.3 million to 13 organizations and over 20 activities. Next slide, please. So in the next 6 slides, I'm going to describe the accomplishments from fiscal year 2020-2021 activities. In the larger font and underlined, you will see the high-level consolidated plan goal. Underneath it, you will see the subgrantee that was allocated funding and their accomplishments for the year. Under maintain and preserve existing housing, Rebuilding Together made repairs to 4 Milpitas households and partnered with Sunny Hills to replace 40 of the roofs at 40 apartments at Sunny Hills. Under affordable housing rental rehabilitation, Terrace Gardens met their goal of completing commercial kitchen upgrades by replacing 2 commercial ovens. And under fair housing, Project Sentinel evaluated 9 fair housing cases and served 29 Milpitas residents. Next slide, please. Under Assist Micro Enterprises and Small Businesses, the Enterprise Foundation provided direct aid to 38 micro enterprises in Milpitas. Under Public Services for Children and Youth, Child Advocates connected 10 Milpitas foster youth to a court-appointed special advocate. And MUSD provided snacks to 470 McKinney-Vento students. Next slide, please. Under public services for seniors, Catholic Charities provided 56 clients with visits under their long-term care program. Senior Adults Legal Assistance provided free legal services to 20 Milpitas seniors. The Health Trust provided 3,640 hot meals to 21 homebound low-income seniors. The Senior Center provided healthy meals and nutrition services to 251 seniors. And they also provided 25 laptops or tablets to seniors to increase digital inclusion, access to technology, and to help bridge the digital divide. Terrace Gardens provided meal delivery service to all 184 residents in lieu of community dining, which was shut down due to COVID-19. And Rebuilding Together partnered with the Senior Center to distribute COVID kits to 96 low-income seniors. Next slide, please. Under public services for domestic violence support, Next Door Solutions provided 62 residents with supportive services and emergency shelter. YWCA provided assistance to 27 residents through 118 crisis calls. They also served 88 persons with crisis counseling, which were identified and referred by Milpitas PD. And YWCA partnered with MUSD to create a domestic violence prevention curriculum, which went on to serve 1,081 Milpitas students. Next slide, please. Under public services for residents at risk of eviction, Project Sentinel provided wraparound rent relief for reduction services to 2 individuals. Silicon Valley Independent Living Center served 240 Milpitas residents through the rent relief program. And finally, under community funding or public services, the Silicon Valley Independent Living Center provided housing services for persons with disabilities to 48 individuals. Next slide, please. So this table provides an overview of what I just described. As you can see, all of our goals for the year were met or exceeded except one. And as you can see, fair housing, public services for children, public services for seniors, and public services for domestic violence all significantly exceeded their goals. Next slide, please. So we wanted to take a moment to just describe some of the challenges and successes of our subgrantees through this challenging year. Some of the challenges experienced during the pandemic included the inability to provide in-person services and a shortage of staffing. As I did note previously, many of our subgrantees did exceed expectations, and each subgrantee showed great flexibility and continued to provide essential services, all while taking extra precautions to ensure the health and safety of our residents. Next slide, please. And finally, our recommendations. Open the public hearing, hear testimony, then move to close the public hearing, approve the draft fiscal year 2020-2021 Community Development Block Grant, CAPER, and authorize the city manager or designee to make any necessary changes and to submit the approved draft fiscal year 2020-2021 CAPER to HUD to comply with CDBG requirements. And with that, I will turn it back to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. That was textbook per usual. Great job. And I'll move to open up the public hearing. And need a second for the open the public hearing. Who's going to help me? We got actually, okay, got to hear it. See, that's the thing. The vice mayor hits the button, but I'm so slow. But you know what? I'm going to go off the machine because the machine tells me who hit the button first. It's like Family Feud. You ever watch Family Feud? Yeah, everybody watches Family Feud. And so the vice mayor, according to this device, hit the button first. But then, but council member did announce first, but I want to go with the button because I love Family Feud. And there's no feud in this family, I'll tell you that. But I want to go to the vice mayor.
Second.
Okay, hit the button, all right. We got a second by the vice mayor. All right, we'll do a vote to open up the public hearing. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Finn.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. The public hearing is now open. All right, it will do our duty here in the chamber. If anybody's here for the public hearing, public comment is now. If you'd like to speak on this item number 14 for CDBG, you're gonna make a comment now. And if you don't make it now, I'll go once, I'll go twice. Mr. Montemiro, come on down, please. 1 minute.
That's a Jeopardy button too.
Oh, no button for you, sir.
Anyway, CDBG and the KFOR or annual performance well explained, fairly distributed. So great performance, great report for the two guys, Robert and Sharon. Thank you.
Fantastic. I love the positivity. Anyone else in the chamber for this item? Item number 14. It's a public hearing. If you're here for the public, going once, going twice. I see no one else in the chamber of City Hall. Going to the Zoom, we have Jacqueline Romero with the virtual raised hand. Welcome. And if you could turn up your volume, perhaps. Not sure. Welcome, welcome.
Good evening, City Manager. I just wanted to take a moment and thank your team, the city staff, for being
I could barely hear you. It's really difficult here on the cloud here on the Zoom platform. The hybrid meeting we're having, folks are calling in and on the Zoom, and it's been a little bit of a challenge so far tonight. Item number 14, Jacqueline, we're having a hard time hearing you. Can't even hear anything at this time. I'm sorry, we cannot hear you enough. I want to provide you every opportunity to be with us. It's the public hearing. It's hard to come back from this one. It's just, I think our city's done all we can to provide our side of the connection. Are you at home? Are you perhaps en route somewhere? Maybe. Hopefully you're not in your vehicle. It's kind of okay. Jackie Romero, if you're there.
Can you hear me okay?
I can barely hear you. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna call in again on a different.
Just give it a try. I just don't like when this challenge happens. It's so hard. Are you?
I just want to thank the city staff for their work and making sure that the McKinney Mentor kids were taken care of. So I hope you guys can hear me and just showing gratitude to the city staff in regards to the McKinney Mentor kids.
Oh, great. Fantastic. Yeah, we heard you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, we heard you. She said, thank you, city staff. They hear you too. Loud and clear. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Jackie. Looking for any further virtual raised hands with our participants on Zoom. Okay, I don't see anything else. I don't see anybody further. All right. I'll move to close the public hearing. Looking for a second. Need a second. Who's got me with a second? Who's going to get a second here? Who's pressing the button? Okay, Councilmember Chua.
Second.
We got a second from Councilmember Chua. We're going to go to the vote. We got Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan. Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. The public hearing is now closed. Actually, we got a late virtual raised hand. Okay, it went down. Okay, great. Okay, yeah, folks. We provide you every opportunity, and if you're not there for the public comment period, it's very difficult to go back. I'm not sure why virtual raised hands weren't up, but if you've already spoken, please, each person gets one opportunity of equal time if they make the public hearing. But the public hearing has been closed. We've provided every opportunity for item number 14. Okay, great. We'll ask staff to bring back up the recommendations for item number 14, please. On the screen for our viewers at home and in the chamber. Okay, great. Well, we're gonna keep this meeting moving. So we'll bring it back up to the virtual dais here. I have no comment, but great work from our staff. I'll look to my colleagues on the Zoom and in person if there's any comments for item number 14. If not, let's keep this meeting going. You know how we do it in Milpitas. Okay, no requests from anybody in person here, and I don't see any virtual raised hands from our council members. With that being said, I'll move to approve item number 14 in its entirety as stated. Looking for a second. Councilmember Chua.
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Chua, and we'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. Item number 14. That motion is carried and the item is approved. Great work, Robert and Sharon as well here with us tonight, and anybody else who contributed. We think about you as well. Moving on to item number 15. Let's receive a report and provide direction to staff regarding goals and policies in the Milpitas General Plan that call for preparation of a specific plan in the California Circle area to address issues related to land use compatibility, traffic circulation, public safety, open space, etc. in relation to conceptual plans for proposed development of up to 206 multifamily residential units on a 6.69 acre site located at 1355 California Circle. And our agenda will take us to our Director of Planning, Ned Thomas.
Good evening, Mayor Tran and members of council. It's a pleasure to be with you again tonight. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Ned Thomas, the city's planning director. And I believe also here tonight is our senior planner, Rosalind Thompson, who's been managing this project and coordinating with the applicant. And she will be available to help me answer questions as well. By way of introduction, the item before you is a pre-application review, and this means that the proposed project is still somewhat conceptual and it doesn't require a final decision by the council tonight. We're bringing it forward to you as was mentioned in the, or is outlined in the agenda report for a discussion around policy issues related to the California Circle area. And I'll go into some detail about that in just a moment. Some of those issues revolve around land use compatibility and traffic, and as well as some quality of life concerns. And you may recall that the council discussed all of these same issues a year or so ago as part of the general plan update process. And at that time, the council gave specific direction to staff regarding what I would call a strategic approach to long-range planning in the California Circle area to address some pretty significant issues with land use compatibility, again, traffic circulation, and so on and so forth. The direction was written into the new general plan, and it calls for the preparation of a specific plan for the California Circle area to ensure a thoughtful and comprehensive response to the issues in this area. And let me go into a little detail on that. Next slide, please. Before we do, however, as I mentioned, let me get my notes here. Although our conversations will revolve around policy issues and consistency with the general plan, there is an application, a preliminary review application associated with tonight's discussion. This is the location of the project. It's on California Circle. You can see it here. It's really sandwiched between California Circle with direct frontage on the I-880 freeway. It's a 6.69 acre site, very large site, prime commercial frontage on the freeway. And as noted in the staff report, this segment of freeway actually carries an average of 223,000 vehicles per day. So lots of noise and lots of air quality issues to talk about. Also not necessarily shown on this picture, but just outside of view, about about a quarter mile away is the Newbie Island landfill, 3/4 mile away. Quarter mile away are the treatment lagoons for the San Jose Santa Clara Water Pollution Control Facility. And a little over 2 miles away is the Zanker Road landfill and compost facility. The wind blows east, so not necessarily the best place to put a full residential project, especially one with seniors and families with children. The site is approximately a half mile south of Dixon Landing Road. As you can see here, and we'll talk about in a moment, there's a mix of commercial, office, light industrial, hotel, and residential uses. And immediately across the street from this site is the converted industrial building that is the BAPS temple. And as you all know, California Circle is kind of a loop. We'll see in a moment, provides access north and south and winds around back over to Dixon Landing Road. So that's our site context. Next slide, please. Speaking of the general plan, as you know, we often refer to the general plan as the blueprint for the city. And what does that really mean? In this case, the general plan, in general, the general plan is comprised of land use goals, policies, and actions. And as I mentioned, the council, and you'll all recall, the council discussed California Circle at length as part of the general plan update. In fact, in our last study session, the council gave very specific direction that the city should prepare a specific plan to address the various interrelated issues that have resulted from past land use decisions in the area. The various issues include land use compatibility, traffic circulation and access, pedestrian safety, sidewalk and lighting for pedestrian safety, access to parks and trails in the area, and then environmental issues like potential flooding from the nearby creek. So as the blueprint for future development, the general plan and the goals and policies you see here are related to that specific plan. And I point directly to bullet point number 3. There's a specific land use action in the general plan at the council's direction that says exactly here, seek to prepare and adopt a specific plan for the California Circle area as shown on the land use map. And we'll look at that map in just a moment. Next slide, please. But first, let's take a look at the area. Again, just to orient you, I think you're all familiar with the area, but for anyone who's watching. So if you could click, first thing we have is the boundary around the area. And that's shown here in red. It might be a smaller area than this, but I included the area to the east, which is along Milmont Avenue, because as we look at traffic issues, we want to take a more comprehensive approach as we look at so this is an example of where the specific plan might cover. Click again, please. And again, this is driven a lot by the freeway frontage. This particular site, the west side of California Circle has direct frontage on the freeway. And again, it's prime commercial opportunities there. Click again, please, and we'll see the street network. Of course, we have Dixon Landing Road. And then, as I mentioned, California Circle is a loop. California Circle is on the southern or the right side of this picture. And then, of course, it loops around and connects with Milmont Avenue. And it's a closed loop. Both ends end at Dixon Landing Road. And it's really interesting when it crosses that bridge over Penitencia Creek, the road goes from a 4-lane road down to a 2-lane road. So there's, all of these issues, again, the council discussed part of the general plan update. And I'm not suggesting that there's an easy solution and that, preparing a specific plan will be a magic wand that will solve all the issues here. But these are the types of things that we look at in a specific plan. A couple of other things, click again, please, and we'll see the trails. We have the creek running through there, Penitencia Creek, and then click again and we'll see existing trails along the creek. And we also have some parkland, but the park is over on the Millmount side, so there's not a direct connection. If we continue to have residential development in the California Circle area, one of the things we talked about as part of the general plan was adding some parkland here to serve the existing residents as well as any new ones that might be added. And we see the creek here, and then you've got a large blue area, a couple of smaller blue areas. They're water features, and there's some significant flooding concerns here as well. Again, something to be addressed in a specific plan. And then just as you look at this, you can see kind of a hodgepodge of residential, commercial, light industrial. All of these different uses need access. And we'd want to take, again, what I would call a strategic approach, comprehensive approach to addressing all of these issues. I think everyone recognizes that California Circle has been an area in transition for several years. Usually when you have an area of transition like this, you will want to take a really close look at quality of life issues. Here, that's exacerbated by the proximity to all of the uses in San Jose. I mentioned the landfill, water treatment plant, and a compost. So really need to take a careful look at adding residential development to this area. Next slide, please. So just give a little more detail. We've talked about most of these items. I don't mean to go on and on about, but the council direction regarding land use, and each of these bullet points is written at a little bit more detail in this in the general plan. The map on the right side is actually a cutout of the general plan map. The map, of course, is intended to guide future growth, and it is a legal document. The gray area at the bottom is light industrial. The council discussed keeping that. These are existing uses, existing businesses, and the council talked about maintaining those. And then, but around that, then we have this transitional area, I'll call it, in the purple, where the council applied a new general plan designation called neighborhood commercial mixed use. This designation was created for an area like California Circle, where we'd like to see primarily commercial uses, again, because of that freeway frontage and some of the need for some buffer between the lighter industrial areas to the south, and then like the KB home development and the Waterstone development that are shown in orange. And the black hatch over this area indicates on the map that it's an area designated by the council for a specific plan. Now, this is showing everything west of Penitentiary Creek, but as I mentioned earlier, it could include a little bit larger area if we wanted to take a more comprehensive look at traffic circulation in this area around what I'll call the California Circle Millmont loop. And so again, each of the bullets on this slide outline specific land use issues that the council identified to address in a future specific plan. And that again is in the language of the land use, it's land use action LU-2B, very specific language in our general plan. Next slide, please. So in addition to land use issues, the council also gave direction upon what I mentioned before as quality of life issues. So I wanted to show this air photo. It's just a piece of California Circle down at the southern, not loop, the elbow, if you will. And you see here this, I called it a hodgepodge. It's really just a mix of land uses, and that's very common in an area of transition like this. So if you look toward the left side, you'll see that KB home development, which is very nice, abutting right up against the Baptist Temple. And you have a very stark contrast there between old and new. In this case, the old land use in this area was light industrial office, and then decision was made some number of years ago to introduce to allow some housing. And eventually, if the Baptist Temple is redeveloped, then it may be developed in something that would not be such a stark contrast with the housing. But you see here that there really is, from at least at this point, there is no direct connection between California Circle and, say, the Creek Trail at the upper left corner of the site. And then if you go down to the lower right side, you see the freeway and the direct frontage of this site, which is the vacant site. Direct frontage on the freeway. Some of the issues that brings up are, noise, air quality, and those sorts of things. I think it's shown in this map. You can see if you look closely toward the middle there on the right side, there's a billboard. So billboard's not likely to go anywhere. It causes like light and glare issues. So as we prepare a specific plan, and then later as we look at a development for the site, those are some of the issues that we would look at. I'd also draw your attention to the sidewalks along, in front of the KB home development. You can see that they're actually very well designed and very nice. They're perfect for this type of a neighborhood. I'm sure that the residents enjoy going out and walking, and there's landscaping. When you get to the Baptist Temple, there's an abrupt stop to that. And again, this contrast between old and new, the new has been well designed, and we would want to take some of the lessons learned from that and incorporate that into the specific plan. On the older side, on the Baptist Temple, there's still a sidewalk there, but it's not necessarily the most pleasant environment or safe environment. Very large driveways and things, not necessarily safe for pedestrians. I know in the recent past, we've had a couple of accidents, and not necessarily at that location, but in the California Circle area. So this idea of safety issues. And so if you could click, I'll just click through some of, again, as opposed to land use issues, we'll call these quality of life issues. But if you could click, I have a list that will appear. And I click again. So again, prepare specific plan. And if you just click 4 or 5 times, you'll get down the list. So all the things we just talked about, quality of life issues, access to parks and trails, new parks and community amenities for residents in the area, better design for streetscape and lighting. And one other thing the council mentioned was a funding mechanism for public improvement. So similar to the metro area, if we prepare a specific plan, there might be an opportunity here that future development, again, that idea of growth pays for growth. So new development would pay an impact fee to build some of the, help defray the costs of building some of these needed amenities. And then the last one, click one more time, as I mentioned, there are some risks to public safety from flooding and maybe other risks in this particular area, that like odor and whatnot, that we might be able to address. So again, all of these line up. This particular site, not necessarily the best place for residential development. We do receive complaints from some of the neighborhoods that are here about the odor. And I definitely think it's something that the council should keep in mind as we look at even a preliminary review plan for this area. Next slide, please. So let's take a look. I was going to say this is more of a discussion about these policy issues, but I do want to give you an idea of what is being proposed. So we would demolish the existing industrial building. There would be a construction of a residential complex. What's currently being proposed, again, very conceptual, is primarily townhomes, 131 townhomes. We're told they would be for sale units. And then and I'll show you a site plan in a moment, 75 senior affordable units. So next slide, please. We'll get a look at what that would look like. Here we see it's a conceptual view submitted by the applicant. So we've got townhome units, 3 and 4 stories. Entrances would be primarily on paseos or on the street. There would be driveway alleys to garages in the back. The senior housing, I believe, would be stacked flats with structured parking. From what I can tell on the site plan, there would be no commercial development, no mixed use. So not compatible with the land use designation that we've just given it under the general plan, which, as I mentioned, neighborhood commercial mixed use. It does allow some housing. The council directed that any housing that's built here should be affordable. But again, that NCMU was specifically designated to this area because it's primarily a commercial designation with some units, not a 100% of residential development like is shown here. One of the reasons for that, certainly not the only reason, but one of the reasons is that this type of residential development generates a tremendous amount of traffic. And without the work on the specific plan and preparing maybe alternative circulation patterns for California Circle ingress and egress and so forth, we may be creating more of an issue here. So again, just something I did bring that up as something for the council to consider. This is what, excuse me, next slide, please. This is a site plan. I've colored in some of the units so you can kind of tell the difference. As you can see on the list here, the purple, orange, and red are all market rate units. And then we have this larger building in the middle, which would be 75 senior units. And it's laid out in a typical fashion with drive alleys and a parking lot or parking, surface parking along the frontage of I-80 Nimitz Freeway. I would argue that that's not necessarily the best use of freeway frontage for the city in terms of economic development opportunity. Next slide, please. So just to summarize some of the locational issues of the site, we've mentioned, I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but I think we all recognize there's some traffic access and circulation here and also pedestrian safety issues. The adjacency to IA-80 raises significant noise and air quality concerns. And the fancy term we use in planning for seniors and children and so forth is sensitive receptors. And certainly something that if a project like this moved forward, we would consider very carefully as part of the environmental review under CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act. Mentioned the proximity to the Newbie Island landfill and other noxious land uses within Newbie Island landfill, again, is under a mile away from this site. And then the tremendous loss of economic development opportunity from a site like this that is really quite rare and unique because of its direct access and visual access to those 300,000 plus cars driving by Milpitas every day. So if you could click, please. Again, these are the very issues that would be looked at. If you could click, please, to the next, not necessarily the next slide, but so I want to just emphasize again that all of these and others are exactly the types of issues that would be addressed in a specific plan. And it was my understanding that that's exactly why the council gave previous direction that this area should be more carefully looked at through the specific plan process. So next slide, please. Again, this is a preliminary view. So there's, without going into excessive detail, a preliminary review, we usually take that and staff will, from all departments, planning, building, fire, land development, parks and rec, police and fire even, everyone will take a look at it and make comments, and we get a letter back to the developer and sometimes the applicant. Sometimes we will have a meeting with them to walk through our comments, and that will be the end of the preliminary review process. On occasion, we will have a project that will have a little bit more interest, and the applicant would like to get some additional feedback from the Planning Commission. So we'll take it there, again, not for a decision, but just for input. We did that with the most recent one was, I think, 1000 Gibraltar, just down South Milpitas Boulevard. We had a large warehouse distribution center that was proposed, and there were some traffic and circulation issues. So we took that to the Planning Commission for comment, and then about 6-8 months later, it came back as a formal application and was recently approved by the Planning Commission. So it just gives the opportunity. It's really for the applicant to get some initial feedback from the Planning Commission, so that when it comes back to them as a formal application, that it's not the first time they've seen it. And if there are any significant issues that the Planning Commission has, then the applicant can address that in their formal application. In this case, it's kind of a little bit rare. I don't necessarily want to, I will not always bring preliminary review to the council, but because of the significant general plan and land use issues, policy issues here, in speaking and working with the applicant through a number of meetings, we decided that it would be best to have some council input on this, and to hear your direction. And we have a recommendation for that on the very next slide. This slide, though, I wanted to give you an idea. So some of the big things that staff has identified for this project in our comments is that at minimum, it would require an amendment to the new general plan, a zoning map amendment, a site development permit, conditional use permit, and a tract map. It would also, I also mentioned, because of the various environmental issues, it would likely require preparation of a full environmental impact report under CEQA. I would also like to mention that as the Building and Housing Department reviewed the application, they identified some inconsistencies with the city's affordable housing ordinance. Although the project proposes, I think, again, conceptually, that 35% of the units would be affordable, but below market rate, which is commendable, and certainly something that the city needs, and well above the 15% that is required under the affordable housing ordinance. The distribution of units across the site and the types of units and so forth would not be compatible with the affordable housing ordinance. So that would be something that we would want to look at if this were to move forward. I would again suggest that although housing and certainly senior housing or affordable housing is something that meeting after meeting the council has indicated that they strongly support. Again, what the point I'm trying to make here is that maybe this site is not particularly the best site for that, for the reasons I've cited, and not the least of which is several in again, in the terminology we use for CEQA, significant and unavoidable impacts to sensitive receptors and others from traffic, noise, and air quality issues. And then it's also not consistent with the city's economic development strategy in using sites like this with direct freeway access for economic development of the city. And certainly a site like that, this is directly off Dixon Road exit, direct access is very good. Someone asked me the other day, well, what would you do with this site? And as we discussed during the general plan, and we can talk about this a little bit more if you have questions, the site has direct access, and there's certainly ways to use the site as a buffer for the residential development that's there, and a buffer from the freeway noise. The existing residential is not going anywhere. So I think through the specific plan process, we could come up with a strategy that would use this area in a way that would complete the neighborhood and, again, possibly buffer those existing residential uses from some of the negative impacts that we've talked about. And so my final slide is the next one. It's our recommendation to the council. I believe the applicant also has a presentation that they would like to make, although it's not required. I think for transparency, the council would usually like to receive public comment. And then our recommendation is that the council would restate and affirm your prior direction to prepare a specific plan for the California Circle to address all the issues that I've talked about in the presentation and as outlined and really required in the general plan. And also, and related to that, because this is a preliminary review on a specific project, staff will make comments. We'd like council to back those up, that the proposed project, any proposed project on the site should be consistent with the land use goal, policy, and action contained in the general plan. And with that, we're happy to take any questions and appreciate your attention.
Thank you very much to our Director of Planning, Ned Thomas. Let's go to the applicant at this time. Are there any comments? If not, we'll go to back to the dais here. Okay, I don't see a request from the applicant. That's fine. We'll go to public comment here. If you're here for agenda item number 15, please.
Mayor Tran, I think the applicant, Jim Sullivan, has his hand raised.
Are they on the Zoom? Okay. Okay. Let me pause the public here. Have a seat, and we'll go to our applicant on the Zoom. Pardon my
no problem.
yes.
No problem, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me all right?
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jim Sullivan, and the site here, development opportunity at 1355 California Circle. Next slide, please. So really quickly, Pulte Homes, nationally renowned development company, established in 1956. A multitude of projects in the surrounding area, and I think most of the council knows that just recently they had finished the building and selling of 330 units in the kind of the metro station area, right across from the new Milpitas BART station. Next slide, please. So my name is Jim Sullivan. I've been in residential development for about 30 years, multiple projects within the city of Milpitas. So I'm quite comfortable working with the staff, and recently had finished the project called The Edge, which is right on the corner of Piper and Montague Expressway. And want to commend the city, particularly the city manager, for doing a great job on that pedestrian bridge that kind of spans from our building going across to the BART parking lot. Was also very involved in the dedication of the land and the building of Bob McGuire Park, which I still drive by from time to time and see that it's getting a lot of use. And hopefully the residents in and around that area are loving it. And I've just thrown my email up there, Mr. Mayor, just in case there was any members of the public. I'm one of the rare developers that answers questions from anybody. So anybody from Milpitas that would like more information, either about myself or Pulte Homes, I'd be happy to my time with them. Next slide, please. So one quick point. What we had submitted, the planning director was correct that it's very kind of conceptual in nature with what we're showing right now. But I do want to point out that there were two different alternatives that I kind of gave to staff. The first one, which was 206 units, and I think Mr. Thomas talked about this, 45 townhomes, 86 condominiums, and 75 BMR, that's below market rate units. That was one thing, but the actual plan that he had shown, the kind of the colored rendition, was what I call alternative 2. And it was basically, we were trying to meet somewhat of a commercial type idea, in that the townhomes, the live work units along the front would be, so there'd be 21 of those, and then 21 townhomes behind that, still the 86 condos or flats, along with the 75 below market rate units. And I just bring that up, two plans, and they're fairly close in size, one at 206, the other one at 203. But the smaller unit plan actually would have something that, I mean, we've all experienced a lot in this last, kind of 18-month period during the pandemic, are the people that are kind of working from home. And, I've done this product type in other cities, and it lends itself to, I mean, it's not like opening up a restaurant, but it's somewhere where an accountant, an architect, potentially somebody that wanted to have like a small salon, essentially people that could be serviced, on a one-on-one type basis. And we're seeing a need for this in the future, and actually kind of a want for this in the future. Next slide, please. So this is just one of the plans. This would be the 206 unit plan. Go ahead to the next slide. And this is the 203 unit plan. So you can see the 3 7-unit buildings kind of fronting onto California Circle. Those would be, I mean, it would still be a residential unit, but it would have essentially a commercial component on the ground floor, where you can have some sort of almost like home office type business. Next slide, please. So the benefits of this project. Providing a greater amount of below market rate housing than what's required. I think that Ned, kind of hit it on the head, that what's required, we know, is 15%. And what we're proposing is actually about 37.5% of the total units being below market rate. Targeting certain classifications to obtain the BMR housing. And this is interesting. I think, back in, March or April, when I was putting together, this package or application, preliminary application, we were thinking, we knew that we wanted to do 75 BMR units on this site. And at the time we were thinking either senior or some other type of BMR. And we feel that we have the opportunity, and actually have had recent discussions with the Milpitas Union School District, of helping them house their employees, meaning teachers, staff, employees. And I can talk about that more in a while, but I mean, hitting veterans, seniors, but particularly the school district, we would like to do something and think that this can be done something that really gives a boost, particularly to the city of Milpitas. Third bullet point, helps address the city of Milpitas regional housing needs allocation. The nickname for that is RENA. It was established by the state. Basically, and Milpitas, by the way, Mr. Mayor, has done a great job over the years with a transit area specific plan, has provided, in my opinion, more than its fair share of housing, but the state keeps asking for more from all the regions. And this next cycle, 2023 to 2031, the kind of the 9 Bay Area counties need to provide 440,000 housing units. I'm not sure what Milpitas' share is, but this project helps address that. as well as helping address the BMR housing that's going to be needed. Providing new opportunities for home ownership and rental housing in an area that's close to employment, both within the city of Milpitas. I was sitting here right at the site, and I did I don't know, Google Maps or something to see how far away Milpitas BART station was, and it's about an 8-minute drive, and how far away the Fremont BART station was, and it's about a 7.5-minute drive. So even though it's not right across the street, walking distance to a BART station, it's really just a short drive away. New residents equate to more revenue for local business. And then my last point, I just wanted to kind of point out, I appreciate the planning director's comment, with regard to economic strategy. And this is just a blurb that I got from the National Association of Home Builders. Just the 1-year estimated local impacts of building 100 new homes. We're talking about 200 in this case, in a typical metro area. Includes $21.1 million in local income, $2.2 million in taxes and other local government revenue, and 324 local jobs. So doubling that, I think that you can look at doubling the numbers. And then really quickly, I know that I'm running kind of short on time. I want to say that I appreciate everything that staff has said. Early on in this process, I attend all the developer roundtable meetings, and staff was explaining, I think, a couple of specific plans that they're working on, an expansion of the TASP, and I forgot the other one, if it was metro area or Midtown specific plan. And then I had asked about this one, knowing what the general plan had kind of targeted. And I was told at the time, and I don't know if it's changed, but it was kind of 2 to 3 years out, I think, before staff wanted to kind of take this on. But even if staff was to take it on starting today or tomorrow, that's going to be a process for them. 12 to 16 months would be, my best guess. And I believe that concurrently, if they want to do that, great. But I'm ready to lead the way, and we have a willing seller and a willing buyer and an opportunity to, I think, provide a great project for the city of Milpitas. As was mentioned, I think that there's going to be the opportunity to go through a lengthy process, to talk to the planning commission, to talk to the neighbors nearby, to work with staff, to bring before you sometime, next year, 12 months, 14 months from now. You're not making a decision today to approve a project. You're allowing me the opportunity to spend my money to try and create a great project that you'll all be proud of. And then last but not least, I just wanted to say, one disagreement that I just have with staff is, I think what was mentioned was that it was inconsistent with the affordable housing ordinance. And I reviewed the affordable housing ordinance. And actually, it does say to spread out the 15% affordable. However, there's an exception, and it's under section 4, that if we're exceeding the minimum amount, which we're more than doubling, and the city council deems that the project would be better served utilizing 75 units in say like a 4 or 5 story structured parking situation, and the community benefits exceed the project benefits, then it's perfectly fine. So I would just disagree with that one statement from the planning staff. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you or the council might have.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here tonight. We're gonna have a great evening as a whole. We're gonna move through tonight very efficiently here, and so we'll go to public comment for item number 15. If anybody in the chamber here, I see members of the public in the chamber. If you'd like to speak on item number 15, now's your chance. Come on up. Let's go. All right, we got a member from the public here for the public comment, item number 15, please.
Voltaire Montemayor of Milpitas. I sleep near to that place with my brother-in-law's house, so it is challenging project. Dixon Landing Parks there. They may walk, if that's approved, pupils may walk to a Kirtner School. They will be seeing if it's story building, they may see at the other side another Chevron, Walmart, the rents. In other words, it is an interesting project. So, but it's really, I believe, is I don't want to say difficult, but you're good. The Polity project people, they're all over these creek sides. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you very much. No one else here in the chamber can go online to the Zoom public comment for item number 15. First up, we have Erica Valentine.
Hi, Chamber, and thank you, Mayor. Thank you for calling on me. I think this is a great project. I think it's something that's definitely needed here in this city, especially with our housing scarcity crisis that we have. My couple of questions that I'm wondering if we could address would be possibly local employment, focused specifically on minorities and women, as well as the local workforce. Also workforce standards that are being addressed throughout this project. And then also my next item that I'd like to ask about is our climate. And that would be the BART drive seems to be that it's only accessible by car. So are there things in this plan to offset the carbon that is going to be now emitted with these new residents that are in here, as well as the distance to local businesses? Thank you. I appreciate it. And I really do look forward to hearing these answers and seeing how we can work together as a community on this project.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Jackie Romero. 1 minute.
Good evening, City Council. I just wanted to take a moment and just share my thoughts on this project. As you know, I've been a resident in Milpitas since 1983, and growth has been an issue. And unfortunately, developers have come into our city and developed our city very well with a lot of dense housing. And we have not seen developers give back to the school district. This developers actually has a plan in place to do that. And that actually, it sounds like a good way to give back to our district and to help our teachers. And so I think this is something that you guys should consider. But I would only say it if it was actually in the deed that the teachers would be taken care of as part of the housing, the affordable housing. And thanks so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Mina Torres. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having me. I am a Milpitas resident and a Milpitas High School graduate. I have lived in Milpitas for over 30 years, and it has been great seeing Milpitas grow over the years. I am especially fond of our schools and making sure that our education system is at the same level as when I went to school here. We need to do everything we can to support our schools and our support Milpitas School District. Part of that means attracting the best teachers and school district employees. So thank you for prioritizing and seeing the need to support our teachers and school district employees. You are the first council to do this. When I heard about the project that was looking to include teacher housing as part of their development, I said, yes, finally. I ask that you please let this project on California Circle move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Next up, we have Dina DeCarlos.
Hello, good evening. Thanks for having me. I am a long-term Milpitas resident, and my kids went to Milpitas schools. And I've seen Milpitas grow, and I know we need housing. I have asked myself many times, can we have projects that benefit Milpitas teachers and our community? Thank you, Pulte Homes, for listening and bringing forward something that does this. 35% of the project is affordable, and the goal is to have some of those affordable units be available to our school district. That's great news. I recognize there is a long process ahead for this project to get approved and built, but let's see what they can do. Mayor and City Council, I know we wouldn't be having this discussion without your guidance and leadership. thank you, and please let this project go to the next step. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Kathy Ponce. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly. Kathy. And we'll unmute your mic. Welcome, welcome.
Okay, hello.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor and councilman members, please vote to move forward the California Circle project. I understand this project is in the early stages, but the idea of including teacher housing and such a high level of affordability is something we should pursue. The schools are very important to me. I know that with better benefits and affordable housing program that we can offer our teachers will help us attract the best. Thank you for coming up with this concept. You're doing great work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Cindy Berry. And we'll unmute the microphone here. Welcome.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Cindy. All my kids, I have 6 kids, all of them went to Milpitas High School and they all graduated. I usually don't speak or get involved in city issues, but I understand this project on California Circle to include 35% affordable housing, and some of it could be made available for Milpitas Unified School District employees. I would like to express my support doing this and appreciation to the mayor and council for helping making this happen. Thank you, and please keep up the great work.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Nico Katsakis.
Hi, thank you. Can you guys hear me? Everything's
Yes.
okay?
Mm-hmm.
Did a great job on the last name, by the way.
Thank you very much.
No problem. So I'm a Milpitas resident, you know, kids went to the schools. I'd like to thank you for encouraging the project that, you know, on California Circle to have more, you know, affordability, and to set aside the project for teacher housing. I work in San Francisco. I work with the community in San Francisco, so that's like a huge thing. So I'm really happy that Milpitas is, you know, going forward with this, especially with 35%. I think that's incredible. I do think it's a shame that the thousands of units that were on Montague Expressway did not have that affordable housing at the levels we do now. I mean, it's a missed opportunity, and I mean, you know, to provide the housing for hundreds of people, I mean, it's missed, but we're making up for it. Some of the future dilemmas that, you know, are to a higher standard, and I'm really into that. This project is great.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Next up, we have Edmundo Escarcega. I'm sorry.
Yeah, good job on the name. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This looks like a great project that Pulte's proposing. I'd like to see it move forward. My concerns would be with local jobs, specifically with apprenticeship programs and with minorities and women. So hopefully that'll be a part of this. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, folks, if you've already spoken here during the public comment, please lower your virtual raised hand, and I'll go to those that need the opportunity. All right, we'll finish up here with the public comment. Next up, we have Allison McDonald. Oh, pardon me, pause right there, disregard. Let's go to Anthony Berry and then Allison McDonald. And we'll unmute your microphone for Anthony Berry. Just one moment.
Unmute. Okay.
All right, welcome.
Hi. Yeah, I'm not very good with the Zoom stuff, but I just wanted to let you all know that I want to voice my support for allowing the application for 1355 California Circle to move forward. I am a graduate of Milpitas High School, and never did I ever think I would be supporting more housing. I think over 30% affordability in housing for Milpitas Unified School District employees is really great. Thank you for Milpitas Council for making affordability within market rate projects a priority and seeing the need to continue to partner with Milpitas School District. This is definitely a creative way to meet our housing needs and get some affordable housing for teachers. This wouldn't happen without you. I know when this project comes forward, it will be an important asset to our small community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Allison McDonald.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you.
Audio's a little low, but we can hear you. Carry on.
Okay. I wanted to thank you, City Council. As you know, that I have a couple kids that also graduated from Milpitas High. Was a substitute teacher for many years. Still do that once in a while. So I am really glad that the developer is interested in working with the school district. However, I would really like to encourage them to include affordable housing at all the different types of housing units that they intend to build, because we have families, not just people that would live in the flats, but townhouses as well. I also, I was a member of the General Plan Advisory Committee, and we did discuss this. There is a need for planning. That area has kind of developed hodgepodge in the last few years, or well, in the past, with new housing being added in without a lot of consideration to planning the area. And
thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you. That was 1 minute. Thank you very much. All right, just going off the clock here. All right, next up we have Tom Valori.
Can you hear me?
Welcome.
Yes, good evening. Tom Valori, longtime resident of Milpitas. I can't believe the speakers that preceded me totally ignored everything that Ned Thomas had to say about this site. It doesn't sound like this site is habitable by human beings. It was never intended to be habitable by persons living in residential properties. So how is that accounted for? Just having, the reason it's all affordable housing is you couldn't put high-end housing in that location because they probably would not purchase those homes. And I don't think individuals, just because of their financial circumstances, ought to be subjected to that situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Are you looking for any further virtual raised hands by any members of the community that may want to provide additional public comment who have not spoken yet? Now would be your time for any virtual raised hands on the Zoom, going once, going twice. I don't see any further virtual raised hands for this item. Thank you very much. That's it for the public comment. And we have some of the applicant here that would like to speak. Come on up, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I apologize. I missed your call earlier. I'm not moving as fast as I used to. My name is Armando Gomez. I work with Pulte Homes. I'm one of their consultants. I just want to make a couple of comments. First off, I wanted to thank you as a former council member, a resident, and member of the team. This project has evolved based on discussions with you. If you remember, we originally, when we brought this to you, it was all pretty much townhomes. And you told us that you wanted to see something special here. And we took that to heart. And so what you have now before you is still early in the stages. We're still having a bunch of dialogues, but you've got 35% affordable housing. We're in discussions with Milpitas Unified School District, and I wish we could take credit for that. That really came from you. That was your idea, and it was a great one. And in our discussions with the district, we're learning they have a need. They have a need to provide benefits and try to help retain some of their employees, and we're hoping we can fill that need. In our discussions with the community, it's refreshing as a former council member to actually talk to community members and have them excited about housing. And Milpitas has a tradition of supporting their schools, and so we're hoping we can meet that need. And I want to commend Pulte Homes too, because they've got an approach when it comes to communities of just having an open and transparent conversation, and they believe at the end of the day that it makes for a better project. And so we ask that you please let us move forward. And please, let's see what we can come up with, because we're more certain and we're positive to be an asset and a benefit to Milpitas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, great. All right. I want to move the discussion back up here to the dais and then go down the line one by one so that we can be very efficient here and ultimately provide direction to staff. I'll go ahead and kick it off here with this item number 15. So tonight I'd like to see item number 15 move forward. I am not completely sold on it. If what we see next time does not meet really some of the I think the needs of our city in terms of affordable housing, I'll be happy to oppose the issue or the item down the road. But what's really keeping me going here with this item and this proposed project is the affordable housing opportunity. Anytime folks come in and want to do 100% affordable, they catch my eye. Anytime folks want to come in and tonight it's 35% affordable, it catches my eye. I know there's a lot of concerns in terms of economic development, public health with air pollution, and probably a short list of things, but I feel that a lot of those issues could be mitigated. I know our city is doing an odor study and collecting a lot of data right now, and it's my belief that one day in my lifetime, sooner than later, the air will be fresh and clean as compared to what it may be on very few days here in town on that part of town. Also, the folks talk about the landfill, but I know the operating permit for that place is going to expire probably in the 2040s. And it is my opinion, which may need to be furthered. I don't see the landfill really going on too long. Another 100 years or anything. I just really looking at that landfill operation from a comprehensive view, and it is my hope that once their permit expiration reaches its end, that actually there will be no more operations. But we've seen permit extensions on that site in the past, and I'm sure it could happen again. But that's a fight we're taking. But I went out there and I stood out there and I saw the Hindu temple, which is the largest one in Northern California, and the partnerships that we have there. And I saw I think the new homes there adjacent to the Hindu temple. It sort of reminded me of my grandma's place of worship at St. Elizabeth and other homes next to there. Just really convenient. I know a lot of those residents are driven to live on California Circle because of the proximity to the Hindu temple. And so I have a lot of value for that. But really at the end of the day, I'll say this, it's got to be about the affordable housing piece. And if it's not all there at the end, benefiting our community at an optimal level, I'm going to vote no on this down the road or any other project. But I have hope on this item and this project that it will actually deliver. We have reputable applicants here, one applicant, very reputable, and I'm willing to give them an opportunity to really hit a home run. I do believe California Circle is in proximity to existing homes, Dixon Landing Park around the corner. And I know there's a lot of pedestrians over there. And I think this project with affordable housing would be a nice addition to that. We'll continue in the city to push forward new industrial, upgrading existing industrial, as we have in different parts of the city, adding to the square footage. Last thing I want to do is replace industrial with residential, and it's going to take almighty affordable housing for me to do it. But tonight, I'm going to keep my remarks very short, and I encourage my colleagues to make a hard decision tonight in terms of a efficient one, I should say. And we're not actually voting on anything tonight, so that was made clear early on. Let's keep tonight going, folks. I want to go down the line if that's okay. Is that okay? Okay, thank you very much. Next up, I'm going to go to the Vice Mayor. We'll go down the line. All right. Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you for the applicant to bring this up. And what I noticed was the general theme of many of the callers were Milpitas High School graduates. So I'm an alumni of Milpitas High School as well, and so is the mayor. So I was glad to hear that. I'm also, as a former teacher, well, actually, I still teach, but I do have an affinity towards this because it's will provide affordable housing for many teachers, and that is really important to me. So I would like to also point out that we are not making a final decision here. This is just about allowing this application to proceed. And right now, I think that the project has a lot of good potential. So, and the reason being is because, again, the affordability of the housing for the middle class is really important to me. This is to me, this is the selling point. And I'm hoping that it will come back and we can discuss details like a homework center. It's somewhere in there, because they will be providing housing for young families, teachers, paraprofessionals, and you know, it's important that we have some type of educational theme in there to help these kids. And also, you know, when I was at San Jose State University, many years ago, once upon a time, I took a course in Urban Planning 101. You know, I was interested in it, and I recall that in our studies, neighborhoods do not create a lot of traffic. It's really the commercial and the industrial sites, you know, shopping centers. That's what creates the traffic. It's not neighborhoods. So I just wanted to make that point. That's what I was taught at Urban Planning 101. And I also believe that this project is compatible with the existing neighborhoods. You have KB Homes, you have I can't remember the other development there, but it's all compatible. I would also like to see in the future some sound walls and trees and so forth. So that's what I really feel that this is the way to go. And again, the selling point for me is the affordability and to get those teachers housing, because right now there's a huge need for teachers, and many of them don't teach here because they cannot afford the rents or the housing here. And this is one way that we, the city council, can help fill that void. So I'm hoping that right now, so I think this project is good to go. I would like to see it move forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much. Thank you. Oh, we'll keep it going here. Next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
Yes, thank you. I actually haven't.
Thank you for your efficiency.
I actually haven't been as excited about a potential project for quite some time. And I gotta say, this is something that I'm very enthusiastic about, the prospect of it. Namely because oftentimes potential projects that come before us, you know, I have an internal checklist, and it's one of the big factors is how does this play into our arena? And this project, you know, it is providing more than double the amount required, the amount recommended by RENA in terms of below market rate units. I'm very impressed with how the team has responded to the initial feedback. I recall the meeting where the council had mentioned that we wanted to see something special because the community around there really deserves it. And I think this is one of those cases. I will say that I don't see a need for a specific plan to be conducted. You know, I take a look at the other specific plans that we have. You know, we have Milpitas Metro, we have Midtown Specific. What do they have in common? They have a vision. And quite frankly, I really don't envision, you know, anything that would entail that kind of long range work on it. I used to live near that area, and I'd say that, living there is fine. I had no issues, and I really can't see anything else going there. If you take a look at the lot itself, the lot size, it doesn't really make sense for industrial to go there. It doesn't really make sense for a full scale commercial project. So what we have, with our limited options, in spite of that, we still have a really remarkable proposal in front of us. So I would agree with my colleagues in allowing the project to move forward in its next steps.
Thank you. Moving on here. Thank you very much, Councilor. Moving on. Thank you for your efficiency. Next up, we have Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for the time. I'll be very brief. I usually don't tend to do, support certain projects in terms of, the working class. I am very careful when people use the word affordable housing. This council in the past has used that word for housing projects that I can't even afford. And I work as a public servant, many, many hours of overtime, and I still can't afford to buy a home here. So as I look at this project, I definitely thank the partners that are before us. I thank you for your due diligence. But I don't see the residents. So I would like to know hear more of what this community wants. It's definitely moving forward with the community meeting. I know we're not making a decision on this tonight, but as one council member, I will kindly disagree with some of the comments made. And so I have heard this community loud and clear. There is tons of traffic on the circle if you drive by there. And so maybe being a little bit more, if this council would move this, just a consideration forward, I hope that there's also some traffic mitigations in there, either a shuttle, a community shuttle, definitely maybe placing some nonprofits in that bottom if it's going to be mixed use. But I agree with Ned. I want to support Ned and his recommendations, and I trust his expertise. I know, Ned, we may not always agree with things, but know that I value your judgment and your experience and your intelligence. And so with that, I will go ahead and conclude my comments that I do support the staff recommendations. But I know that we're not voting on anything today. So I also kindly respect the majority of the council on this one. And so with that, I'm just going to go ahead and yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. And I'm going to be brief. Ned enumerated the concerns, which I do agree. And these are the noise, air quality, traffic, odor. So those can be illustrated under the CEQA study and can be mitigated at some point once we get the CEQA report. And also, I like to work with somebody like with the proven track record for our city, like Mr. Sullivan, and his willingness to accommodate the needs of our residents. I also like option number 2, where you can live and work feature, and that's, I think, is very attractive to me. And also, of course, 75 units of BMR, below BMR houses We need that in our city. The one thing about when the general plan was created, updated, I was really excited about the neighborhood commercial mixed use MCMU. Although this project is not fully commercial, but it has the blending of a commercial and residential at the same time. So I'm excited to see this moving forward, and staff keep working with our applicant, and the applicant keep hearing our needs. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor Tran.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. Truly delightful and deliberate comments. All right, I think we've heard from the council, we've heard from the public, we've heard from the applicant. I believe we do have a consensus. Therefore, I'll go to my colleague, Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. So with all that I heard, I support this project, and I feel that we should not delay. And I think that creating a specific plan will hinder the project. And as you know, this is sorely needed for many teachers and people that work in the middle class in the public sector. So I would like to make a motion to allow this application to proceed.
I'll second that.
Okay, great. Now, as for point of information, it's going to be directed to council with recommendation number 3. And recommendation number 3 will be as stated on the agenda. I do want to respect the specific plan and work through that as well. Yes.
I'll make an amendment to that. However, I think that it needs to be done ASAP.
Oh, absolutely. We got a lot of talent in this building here, especially in planning. So we'll work with our applicant very well, and we'll go from here. I think there's a lot of opportunity, and I'll leave it at that. So we have a direction here from the council for our city clerk's benefit. We'll just go ahead with a vote here. If it is required or not required, let's still do it just so we can help out our city staff. So we got a motion by the vice mayor. We have a second from Councilmember Fan. We'll go down the line for a vote. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Point of clarification.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Fan.
So is this motion including a specific plan?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, it'll be fine. Okay, so is that an aye, Councilmember Fan? Or pardon me, it's not your turn yet. All right, here you go. Councilmember Dominguez.
Can you please put on the screen what we're voting on the recommendation?
It's the agenda recommendation number 3 as stated.
Okay, thank you. Could you please put it on the screen? Thank you.
Okay, we'll get it on the screen. And we'll get the recommendation slide up on the screen.
Thank you.
And we'll go to IT for the recommendation slide, or Mr. Thomas, or City Clerk's office. Yes, all of us. Thank you. All right, there it is. And so it's essentially all the recommendations are, and primarily recommendations 3 and 4 as stated on the agenda.
Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted clarification, because I had heard 3, but and then it sounded like 3 and 4. Could you please put it up on the slide again? Sorry. I just want the audience to also see it in case they don't have access to the packet. Thank you. So the direction for the project in itself, are we doing that as well? Because that's what it sounded like.
in the motion?
No, we're not. That's not agendized tonight, so we're
Right.
not doing that.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to be clear on that. All right, thank you. Since there's no direction for the project in itself, and it's just moving forward 3 and 4, I'm gonna go ahead and vote aye.
Okay, thank you very much. That's an aye from Councilmember Dominguez. Next up, Councilmember Fan.
Mayor Tran, can we vote item 3 and item 4 afterwards, like line by line?
Recommendations 3 and 4.
So like this motion right now, can we separate it into recommendation 3 and then recommendation 4?
Well, it's quite interesting on the actual agenda that was posted. There's only item 3 before my eyes. This PowerPoint presentation has a 3 and 4 recommendation items. So
Maybe we can get some clarification from
yeah, I'm going to stick to the
attorney.
actual agenda. So
Okay, well, I'm gonna vote nay, but I'd like to make a alternative motion afterwards.
okay, great. And next up, we have the Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a point of clarification.
To who?
So with this, my concern is with the specific plan, how long is it going to take? Because if it's going to delay the project, those are my concerns. So if I can get some clarification from.
We'll go to our planning director, Ned Thomas, perhaps.
Thank you, Mayor. The general plan was adopted earlier this year, calling for the specific plan. It needs to be budgeted. We would need to come up with a scope of work and hire a consultant to do the specific plan. It's a relatively small area. The issues are well understood. It will take some time to put together that type of a plan. But it won't, but I will add that it would not take any longer than what will be required for this type of project to go forward. As I mentioned, it will require a general plan amendment, both the text and a map amendment, a zoning ordinance amendment, and a conditional use permit and a site development permit, as well as a full environmental impact report. And those issues all will take, if we started today, that would take 2 years to complete all of that work.
So it'll take about 2 years. And I say that people can't wait 2 years. So that's why I said I didn't really want to do the specific plan, because I really feel that we need to move this project.
Oh, no, sorry, just to clarify, those items are not the specific plan. Those are just at a minimum without a specific plan. If this project were to be approved to move forward tonight, it would take at least 2 years for the project to move forward with or without a specific
With or
plan.
without.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and approve. Yay.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I'll vote aye as well. I feel like, the specific plan is important. And, anytime in my life where if I take something out, I always make sure to put it back. And I think recognizing the specific plan here is doing that. And if you look at the fastest, most efficient, expeditious way we can go with this proposed project, Mr. Thomas has laid it out. This thing's not moving that quick, and we actually have a lot of time, and I think that'll be good. I think that'll be good for all parties to use the time to strive towards the goal, and we can always shift gears later as we need to. Tremendous opportunity here. So that's a vote of 4-1, and that motion is carried that direction. I do want to go to Councilmember Fan. Did you want to follow up, Councilmember Fan?
Well, I wanted to make a motion superseding the previous motion to essentially do the same thing except without a specific plan, if there's support for the alternative motion. Okay, seeing as there's none, let's move forward then.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And so that's item number 15. City Manager, do we need anything else for item number 15?
I'm just going to be, I know we had a lot of internal discussion here. So that what was on the recommendations in the staff report, 1, 2, and 3 is what we agreed to. Is that correct?
Okay, there it is.
Yes.
Fantastic. A-okay. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. To our applicants, thanks for being in Milpitas. We look forward to exploring this conceptualization of BMR and affordable housing in Milpitas. That's the talk. All right, moving on here to leadership and support services. We'll do a time check. Thank you very much, everybody. Item number 16, and I encourage all to really feel free to be efficient as you may, staff or council. All right, item number 16, fiscal year 2021, fourth quarter financial status report, fund balances thereof, and related budget amendments to close out the fiscal year 2021 budget. This is an exciting item, and let me welcome one of our great city staff directors, Director of Finance, Lauren Lai.
Hi, Mayor, Council, members of the public. This is a positive report, if I may bring it up. If I may get some assistance, that's great. Thank you. So what we're looking at here is the quarter ended June 30th, which is the fourth quarter ending our fiscal year. It's an unaudited report, so I just want to keep that in mind. And as I mentioned, it is a positive report. I will also temper that as well, as we are still going through the pandemic. So if I may have the next slide, please. What we'll cover tonight is the unaudited report for Q4 and also a recap of the fiscal year. 3 major fund areas, the general fund, the enterprise funds. We also need your budget authority in certain budget adjustments that are beyond the city manager's authority, and then recommendations tonight, which is to receive the report and authorize the adjustments. Next slide, please. General fund, which is our primary operating fund, is going to be our first area of interest. This slide here gives us the top line. It shows us the revenue, expenditure, and the net surplus. It shows the adopted budget, the amended budget, where we estimate we finished the year, and the variance. So I want to call your attention to the circled column. You'll see there that the general fund revenue is $114.7 million. Our general fund expenditures is $109 million with a net surplus of 5.2 for the year. I also note here that we have use of reserve, which this is the budget stabilization reserve. As you may recall, in the adopted budget for 21, Council authorized $4.5 million of budget stabilization reserve. However, given that we have a net surplus in the year, we didn't use it. So I'll go into more details about each of these lines and especially about the reserves in later slides. Next slide, please. I want to put these finances in the context of COVID. As I mentioned, it is a positive result. During the COVID period, which we are still experiencing now during the pandemic, we had significant negative fiscal impacts. They were unprecedented and volatile. Our primary goal was to shore up our finances, to balance our budget, to preserve services, especially in the area of public safety and public health. And we did that. We were very successful. And during this time, Council took some very assertive efforts to balance the budget. We actually used $15 million of one-time revenues that were authorized. 4.5 in the budget stabilization, $4 million from general government CIP, 5.4 million from the task loan repayment. These are general fund resources, one time to balance this big revenue deficiency. In addition, we had to trim back our expenditures because that was not enough. We reduced expenditures by $6.2 million in one-time sources and ongoing sources to balance the budget. We defunded 13.75 positions, which generated 1.5 million in fiscal 21 and 2.6 million in ongoing years. Also, we had to reduce programs and appropriations in the tune of $4.7 million. This is what we knew at the time when we balanced the budget in fiscal 21. Next slide, please. Now let's talk about how we ended the revenue for the general fund in fiscal 21. As you could see here in the third column, We ended with $6.2 million higher than our amended budget. It's a 5.7% variance. It's very clear in the agenda report, and I'll make it clear in this presentation tonight. A lot of these positive variances are one time. So we're happy about them, but we can't budget ongoing programs on these one-time dollars. I'll highlight the three I have noted here. Property tax was favorable by 4.2 million. A lot of that came from excess ERAF. Some of you may be aware that the state LAO office is challenging that excess ERAF. Even as recent as August, the county has said that 40% of what we budget in excess ERAF should be cautionary. So we did receive it last year. We're confident we'll be able to retain that. License and permits also came in favorable. We have developer deposits for projects that may span a couple of years or more. As the projects ramp up and ramp down, we get revenue. Our ability to control that workflow and the project is not in our control. So in fiscal 21, it was good. We actually had a lot of activity beyond our estimate in the budget. So that generated an uptick in this category called license and permits. Intergovernmental was also good. We had 929,000 beyond the budget. That comprised of the American CARES Act for COVID federal relief, again, one time. And it also comprised of some strike team reimbursements from the state for fire department. I also want to note the negative side of revenue pertaining to COVID. Sales tax, it came in at 23.8 million. Still $5 million or 17% lower than pre-pandemic level. TOT came in at 4.2 million. That is 63% or $11 million lower than pre-pandemic. So I want to make sure we understand this favorable variance in the context of where we are in the bigger picture. Next slide, please. Expenditure, top line analysis, expenditures came in at $4.2 million or 3.7% favorable, 3.7%. One time predominantly because during the pandemic, we had to slow some of the recruitment, especially with non-public safety, non-essential positions. So that created some vacancy savings and also CalPERS budgetary savings. Along the line of COVID and shelter in place and restrictions on operations, we also enjoyed $2.1 million of non-staffing savings, such as supply services, also contract services and utilities. Next slide, please. General fund reserves. This is really, really important. The question would be, what do we do with the $5 million of surplus? Council, in its stewardship and leadership, has policies that guide that. So let's go ahead and go through that. This is a waterfall that illustrates this written policy in an illustrative manner, and it shows basically the hierarchy of priority. Mostly it's funding contingency reserve, budget stabilization reserve, then CalPERS, and what remains, we have a 20-20, 10-10-40 split. Now let's show the next slide, which is how we implement this policy. As you may recall, all revenues in the general fund was about in the tune of $81 million. So that's what we see in column 1. I'll note that for PERS purposes, consistent with council's direction, we put $35 million of that into a section 115 trust. But for consistency of this slide, we will keep it here because everyone's used to seeing it here on this slide. Okay, so the 5.2 million is illustrated in column 2. Consistent with the policy, priority 1 and 2 is put it in contingency reserve, put it into budget stabilization, right? Rows 1 and 2. Priority 3 is the CalPERS rate stabilization, so 2.7 million. What's left is about 300,000. So 300,000 goes through the waterfall down below. CalPERS, general government, housing, transportation, and general fund. So that's how we implement the policies that council's adopted. So that brings our reserve level from 81.95 to about 86.8. I also want to call your attention to the first 2 rows. If you look at the last column, it says, what is our target level? Our target level in the first two reserve is about 2 months of operating budget, which is 18.25 million. So based on where we are today, we have achieved the target reserves in those two categories. And so that's really good. However, we did draw from some of the general government and also other infrastructure reserves. And in later slides, we can talk about how council may choose to allocate the surplus differently. But this slide here illustrates it in accordance with approved policies. Next slide, please. So, council has budget authority for the city manager. In that authority includes the budget for unanticipated expense. Every quarter, we are required to report to the council what we've spent. So this is a listing of our Q4 contracts and appropriations under the city manager's authority. And as you could see there, a lot of it has to do with emergency response and COVID response. Next slide, please. Utility funds. We have two major utilities, water and sewer. So the next set of slides will focus on those areas. A top line summary of water fund shows, again in column 3, that revenues ended the year at 31.2 million. Expenditures ended the year at 28.6 million, which created a net surplus of $2.6 million. As noted there, this surplus is allocated to reserves, which I'll walk us through. Next slide, please. Sewer fund. Top level analysis shows that revenues in the year ended June 30th, 2021 is 20.5 million. That's the third column. Expenditures is 15.2, a surplus of 5.3 million. I want to note that a large portion of this surplus is due to a one-time billing reconciliation by the wastewater facility services. Because I kind of note that the expenditure variance of 17% there seems a little high. So we have a billing where we prepay and they reconcile and give us a credit. That credit was $1.4 million. So I don't see that repeating itself. Importantly is the next two notes there, which is $2.9 million of this will go into the sewer capital replacement fund, and 2.4 million of this will go into reserves. And I'll walk us through that next. Next slide, please. So similar to the general fund, the utility funds have reserve policies which stipulate our long-term planning for infrastructure, rate stabilization, and also other liabilities. So this is an illustration of all those stated policies. The next slide now will then show us how we implement those in terms of dollars. The water fund reserve is shown here in column 1, $9.76 million. We estimate the unaudited fiscal year for water fund will generate 2.5 million of fund balance. So we allocate $170,000 to the capital reserve fund and $2,320,000 to the rate stabilization fund. So you can see in column 3, this is how we'll exit the year, 12.25. I also want to call your attention to the last column. I'm pleased to report that with the capital reserves for emergency in the water fund, we've achieved our target. Our target is $8.59 million, so that's really good. And the rate stabilization isn't far behind as well. Next slide, please. Sewer reserve funds. First column shows that we have a balance of 6.6 million, more or less, and we're going to contribute $2.35 million. First, we contribute 25% to the capital reserve. Then the next is the rate stabilization reserve, followed by CalPERS reserve if there's a balance. So you'll see there that our fund balance now increases to 8.92%. I'm also pleased to say in the sewer fund here, we've achieved our reserve level for the emergency and also for rate stabilization. Next slide, please. Okay, in the budget document, council also provides the city manager certain authority for budget amendments by way of efficiency and also internal controls. As a part of the year-end process, we have to ask council to authorize these administrative budget adjustments that are above and beyond the city manager's authority, which is $100,000. You'll see there that there aren't very many that are very significant, and I'll walk you through them. See, city attorney, we had unanticipated service costs related to litigation and research, $100,000. Public Works for the water fund, we have to align two departments, Public Works versus non-department. We had to move $337,000 within the same fund between just two departments, Public Works versus non-department. The Lighting and Landscape Maintenance District 95 and 98, we had higher than anticipated utility costs. You'll see there in the third and fourth bullet points. CDBG grant revenue reimburses us for related expenses, which is $116,000. And last but not least, we had in Planning Fund 214, a nominal amount of $4,000 for unanticipated personnel costs. Next slide, please. In all of our agenda reports, we also provide council alternative policies and the pros and cons of those alternative policies. So we'll walk council through that and provide a discussion in that regards. This slide shows the reserves as implemented per policy. I won't go through it again, but this kind of just shows you if we were to implement the policy, this is what it looks like. Next slide, please. An alternative to this policy would be to direct an alternative allocation reflective of budget balancing contributions and decisions for 2021 and 21-22. Namely, we had to make some cuts and rebalancing because of COVID in our budget process. So council may choose to allocate the reserves different in light of that, in light of what we know today. What are the pros? Well, if we take this approach, we would still achieve the contingency and budget stabilization reserves. So we would still allocate those two top line priorities. We would also contribute to CalPERS rate stabilization. And also what this may do is restore some general fund government CIP and recognize contributions made by some of our city employee groups in order to balance the 21-22 budget. Keep in mind, not all employees stepped up, some did, and this may provide an opportunity to recognize those employees. The con to this alternative is that it's not consistent with council-approved reserve policies, and policies are important because they give us long-term stewardship. Reasons to not recommend this. Staff is required to implement the council-approved reserve policies. However, we also recognize that there are extraordinary circumstances that brought about by this pandemic that resulted in impacts on infrastructure funding and impacts to city employees. So policy alternatives is offered for council consideration during this time. If council wishes tonight, city council could direct and provide direction tonight as it pertains to the CalPERS reserve, and then to bring back the CIP funding during the annual CIP process. What that could look like is that council could provide direction to staff to provide options for recognizing employees who gave up wage concessions in closed session. So if council contemplates this alternative policy, then council may direct us to put $1 million into CalPERS and leave the balance, which is about $2 million, in the general fund for the alternatives delineated in this bullet point. Next slide, please. This concludes our presentation. Consistent with the agenda report, we ask that you accept the quarterly financial status report for the quarter ended June 30th, and please approve the listing of recommended budget adjustments. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Lauren, for the excellent presentation. We'll go to public comment here. Public comment for item number 16. Any member of the chamber, come on up, Mr. Montemayor, come on up, sir. And we're moving very efficiently tonight. I want to thank all folks who are at the meeting tonight. If you hear my voice, I want to thank you for being efficient. Mr. Montemayor.
Yeah, Voltaire Montemayor, Milpitas. Yeah, a lot of figures, a lot of, I remember all those very well, especially net surplus, positive. And I think the council should decide something, leave it there and bring it back out to the CIP. So for me, it's formality report like last quarter. So we'll do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montemir. I don't see anybody else in the chamber that would like to speak. Going once, going twice. We're going to go to the Zoom attendees. If you're on Zoom for item number 16, positive news, tremendous news, raise your virtual raised hand. Next up, we have Jackie Romero.
Thank you, Mayor, for the time. I understand that the city has done a great job at balancing the budget, and I think it's important to make sure that we keep some money in reserves and not just automatically spend it. There's been a lot of things taken away from the kids programs, and maybe looking into restoring some of the youth programs would be some place where some of that money can go. I understand the staff also made the concessions, and that would be nice to give them those benefits, but we are going through some tough times. And I think with the kids going through the social isolation and the mental issues that have come from that, there is some possibility that the city can invest in our youth and give them some more programs is what I would hope some of this money would go through if there's extra money to spend. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right. Anybody else with the virtual raised hand on the Zoom platform tonight at the Milpitas City Council meeting? Raise your virtual raised hand. Going once, going twice. No further virtual raised hands. That's it for public comment. Thank you, everybody. And we'll bring it back up here to the virtual dais. I just want to check one thing. If I can go to our Director of Finance, Lauren Lai. Can we go to the slide with the city manager's sort of budgetary authority? There was one on the water. I just wanted to check if we can have the presenter put up the slide on the screen.
Slide number 11. Yes,
There
thank you.
you got it. There you go. So the second sort of hyphen or dash, I'm not sure. Can I ask you about the personnel costs? And that's my only question.
Yes. Yes. So in the water fund, we have different levels of personnel contributions there, and it's project driven. So we budget a lot of it in non-department, and depending on the payroll charges, sometimes we have to rebalance it like we did here in this case. But within the funds, we stayed within budget.
Okay. That's good for me. Councilmember Chua.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tran. Lauren, on your slide, on the first one, I think where you were showing the 5.2 surplus.
Super. Can someone bring that up, please? It's slide number 2 after the agenda bullet points.
And
slide 4, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, that net surplus. Can you explain this very briefly in 2 or 3 sentences? How did we get there? How did we get that 5.2?
Sure. So you'll see the revenue number. It's 114.7 million, and we spent 109.5 million. So that meant that we have a surplus of 5.2.
Okay, because the revenue increased by 2 million plus.
Right, because of the one-time revenues. I'm sorry.
Sorry. And the expense went down. That's where we got the 5.2.
Correct.
This? Did we, I mean, I'm glad it's on the other way, the positive ways. I just don't want to be surprised and see in the future it's negative and we weren't prepared for it. That's my concern.
Correct. So let me make sure I rephrase and paraphrase your concern, which is this is positive news, but we can't rely on it ongoing, right?
Right.
And I agree with you. And that's why the amended budget was 108. And that's why if we go to slide number 6, I highlight, if we can get slide number 6 up, please. I highlight the 3 areas that we identify as one-time revenues. When we look at fiscal 22's budget, we don't budget at this level. So that's really, really important. When we presented to council our best estimation of a balanced budget, it did not take into account these higher upticks
Okay, because that's like on the property taxes, that's up 4 million,
From the ERAF. Mhm.
right?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question there?
No, I'm just saying, okay, the bottom line, my concern is, I just don't want to be surprised. It's good thing that the surplus went the positive way. What if it's
Right.
the negative on there? What are we doing not, what are we planning on doing so we won't be surprised in the future with a surplus or a deficit? That you don't have to answer that, but something to think about.
So I do want to take a moment to answer it because I think the question is important and we have members of the public watching. Two things. One is we have a very sound policy where we say one-time revenue should be spent for one-time expense. For the most part, that's a very sound policy, right? So this surplus, we need to think about spending it with that principle in mind. Two is we have good internal controls. We monitor every month and also every quarter, we bring this report back to council, and every semi-annually, we do a real more thorough look at the budget. Last but not least, we have very close relationships with topic matter experts for property tax, sales tax, TOT, and intergovernmental revenue. So we are closely monitoring this so we can be timely in responding as best as we can, council member.
Okay, that's fine, as long as everybody's aware, that's all.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Lauren.
much. Thank you very much, Councilmember
Mayor.
Chua, and thank you very much, Finance Director Alai. I want to see if there's any further virtual raised hands for this item. Again, these one-time revenues are a tremendous positive for our city government as we move forward throughout the remainder of this pandemic and economic challenges that ensue with it. We'll go to the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you, staff. Thank you, Lay, for this great presentation. And I'm very, very thankful that we have a surplus. And I noticed that most of that comes from property taxes. So with that, we need to ensure that we take care of our homeowners that pay the bulk of the fees into the city coffers. And I'm talking about make sure the streets are maintained, make sure we provide nice parks, make sure that the street lights are, so all the maintenance that is required to ensure that our residents, the property tax, the homeowners that pay a lot of property taxes, that they are taken care of, and that we provide good police and fire services to them. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Well said, Vice Mayor Montano. All right, if there's any further requests, I'll go to the Zoom if there's any. I know we're being efficient tonight. We have another good item, I think, next. And I believe that the recommendations that are provided tonight for item number 16, 1, 2, and 4, pardon me, 1, 2, and 5, 1, 2, and 3. There you go. I forgot a number. 1, 2, and 3. I think there's consensus for the staff's recommendations for item number 16. Let's keep it moving. I'll move to approve item number 16, all recommendations as stated on the agenda. Need a second. We got a second from Councilmember Chua. We'll go to the vote. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. Item number 16 is approved. Thank you so much to our Finance Director, Lauren Lai. All right, and all our staff. All right, moving on to item number 17. Let's receive a report on the proposed project for moderate income housing at Turing Apartments through a California statewide Communities Development Authority program, and provide direction to staff on next steps, if any. I want to now go to our Assistant City Manager, Ashwini Kantak, to take it from here, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Ashwini Kantak, Assistant City Manager. I will be introducing this item, and then Debbie Kern, our consultant from Kaiser Marston and Associates, will be presenting her findings and recommendations related to this proposal for a moderate income housing project at Turing Apartments through a California Statewide Communities Development Authority or CSCDA program. I will conclude the staff presentation with some key considerations and staff recommendations. We have Sharon Goey, our Building Safety and Housing Director, who's been closely involved, as well as Lauren Lai, our Finance Director, who's been also involved in the analysis and review. They are here to available to answer questions. BBK has also reviewed the proposal, and although Seth Merowitz cannot be here today, Attorney de Los Angeles is available for legal questions. And then we also have the project team from CSCDA, Lyon, and Waterford, and they will be making a presentation to council following this one. So if we could please have the slide deck up for this item. Next slide, please. And so I'll start out with a little bit of background. As we all know very well, we've had discussions about that at today's meeting as well. Our region has been experiencing a housing crisis of unaffordability. As home prices and rents continue to increase, it has disproportionately affected long-term lower-income residents in Milpitas who do not have the financial resources to remain in this area. And there have been several efforts at the federal, state, regional, as well as county levels to address this issue. Additionally, at the local level, U.S. City Council have adopted several policies and approved programs and funding to minimize the impact of this housing crisis, including rent and mortgage relief programs, inclusionary housing policies, as well as services for the unhoused and those at risk of being unhoused. But we know that despite these actions, the city still has a long ways to go in meeting the regional housing needs allocation numbers. And one key area of challenge remains adding more moderate income housing, as the funding streams for this type of housing are limited. And to potentially tackle this issue at the May 11th, 2021 City Council meeting, Councilmember Fan requested Council to discuss and provide direction to staff on this opportunity to create middle-income workforce housing through the CSCDA program. And Council did provide direction to staff to basically enter into an agreement with a consultant to conduct a study of the proposal. The costs for the consultants were to be paid for by the project owner. And this was for a specific site within the Fields project, or Turing Apartments, as we're referring to them. And we were asked to bring back information to you at a future meeting, which is why we're here today. And since June, we've had discussions about this proposed project at 2 housing subcommittee meetings as well, one on September 2nd and a follow-up meeting on September 9th. And both the consultant from KMA as well as the project team presented information to the subcommittee at both meetings. Meeting minutes from these are provided to council as part of the agenda packet, and a summary of the feedback is also included in the staff report. Next slide, please. And so in consultation with the project team, we selected Kaiser Marston and Associates as our consultant in June. And as mentioned earlier, per council direction, consultant fees are being paid by the project team. And the consultant scope basically includes 4 areas. So degree to which the proposed rent reductions at this project will enhance the affordability of the project, and also how will it meet the city's affordable housing objectives. We also asked the consultant to look at potential financial returns to the city relative to the fact that we are foregoing property tax revenue over the term of the bonds. We asked him to look at the economic aspects of the transaction structure and also any kind of potential risks and liabilities to the city. And then we also, because we do know that there are some cities in the area that have evaluated participation but decided not to move forward. And so we wanted to understand the issues, and part of the scope was to look at up to 3 cities that had declined participation to understand the reasons. And so now I will turn it over to Debbie Kern to walk you through the next several slides. And if we could go to the next slide, please.
Thank you, Ashwini. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm happy to be here this evening to just walk you through the findings of our report. Next slide. As Ashwini mentioned, there are 4 categories of our review, and they are the housing, the affordable housing benefits, the financial returns to the city, the risk to the city, and then also a survey of these other cities that declined to participate. Next slide. In summary, this is how the project, the concept works. The CSCDA would issue bonds to convert the Turing's 37.1 market rate units into moderate income units. And the property, by virtue of being owned by a government entity, would be exempt from the payment of ad valorem property taxes. And currently those taxes are about $2.3 million a year. Now, the savings that would be, that the project would benefit, or the owner would, by not having to pay property taxes, would be used to reduce the rental rates that are charged on the units. And for existing income eligible tenants, those are existing tenants that stay at the property that are moderate income tenants, their rents would decrease by about 10%, or about $325 per unit per month. The bonds, as I mentioned, would be used to purchase the property, and the CSCDA anticipates the bonds would be paid off in 34 years. The way the concept works, it's between 30 and 35 years. And so in this case, it's expected to be paid off in 34 years. Excuse me, after which time the city would own the property. But the city could force a sale or call for a sale anytime between year 15 and when the bonds are retired. And the property could be sold provided that there's sufficient sales proceeds to cover the outstanding debt on the property. Now, regarding affordability, while the project is owned by the CSCDA, the annual rent increases on units that are occupied would be limited every year to no more than either the increase in the area median income or 4% per year, whichever is less. So those would be, that's the maximum that rents could go up on units that are occupied. But the units that turn over and that are new tenants would be subject to different rent limits that are per the CSCDA program. Now, when the project is conveyed to the city, it would be conveyed in an as-is condition. So meaning that if there's any capital improvements that are needed to ready the property to sale, the city would have to pay those. One other key part is that while the project is owned by the CSCDA, the city doesn't have any illegal liabilities relative to the project, or it also doesn't have any control though over the project. That's the trade-off. There's no obligations to pay debt. There's no liabilities relative to operations, but the city also has doesn't have any control over the project either. Next slide. To just give a summary of the Turing Apartments, this is the project, and it is a Class A 7-story project. It was built in 2019. And it is it's at the top of the market in terms of it has a high level of amenities, both common area amenities, including a rooftop pool. It has a 3-level fitness center, and then it has very nice interior amenities as well, including washer dryer in all the units and quartz countertops. Next slide. This is a summary of the current the rental rates that are currently charged at the Turing. And as you can see, the project consists primarily of 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units. And the average rental rate for all of the units is about $3,155 per unit per month. That's the weighted average, weighted by the mix of bedroom counts. And this is at the top of the market in that there are, I don't believe that there are any other projects that charge higher rents for studios or for 1-bedrooms. We saw one project that has higher rents for 2 bedrooms. But in general, this project is definitely at the top of the market. Next slide. Now, the first segment of our review is on the affordability benefits of the project. Next slide. First of all, the project would be affordable to moderate income tenants earning from 80 to 120% of the area median income, and per the CSCDA maximum income and rent formulas. And in their proposal, CSCDA was proposing that 1/3 of the units would be made affordable to tenants that earn up to 80% of the area median income. 1/3 would be dedicated for tenants that earn 100% up to 100% of the AMI. And then the last third would be available to tenants that earn up to 120% of AMI. Now, it's important to note that the CSCDA has its own formulas for calculating maximum housing costs or rent. And under the CSCDA formula, it's permitted that rent is equal to 35% of income. And in the top of that, tenants can be charged for utilities. This is different than the standard formula that's under the Housing and Community Development Department. And under that formula, rent is calculated based upon 30% of the income in those income categories. And the housing costs include utilities. So it results in the CSCDA limits being much higher than the rent limits that are permitted under HCD. The administrator for CSCDA anticipates that it will take about 3 years for the transition for the units, all the units to convert to income eligible households. Next slide. The proposed rental rates for existing income eligible tenants, and that means the current tenants that happen to be either at 80% of AMI, 100%, or up to 120% of AMI, and they stay as tenants, that their rents will go down. Obviously, the tenants that earn at 80% will receive the highest benefit in terms of rent reduction of about $400 per month. The 100% AMI tenants, their rent would be reduced by about 10% or $315 per month. And then the tenants that earn up to 120% of AMI, their rent would go down by about 8%, which the average is about 10%, a little over 10%, because the 3-bedroom rents are reduced more than what's shown here, for a weighted average of $325 per month. And so the rents would decline from the current average market rate rent of about $155 per month to $2,830 per month. Now those would be the rents for existing income eligible tenants. Now, as units turn over, and so tenants move out, new tenants come in, those tenants would not necessarily pay those same rents. Their rents would be restricted based upon the CSCD limits, which average about $4,064 per month. So you can see that that's much higher than the $2,830 that the existing income eligible tenants would pay. Now, as the rents go forward, they would be capped, as we mentioned before. So for existing tenants, their rents would not be able to go up any more per year other than the percentage growth in the AMI or 4%, whichever is less. And that would continue on throughout the duration of the bond term. So for the 34-year term, that would be the limit. Next slide. This table is an important table because it shows these different rent levels relative to that apply to the project or that are relevant to the project relative to the proposed rents for existing income eligible tenants. So as you see in the first line that's in dark blue with the white font, the CSCDA maximum permitted rent, current rent that could be paid by new tenants, again, averages $4,064 per month. And when you compare that to what will be reducing the rents for income eligible tenants down to $2,830, that's 44% higher And so, again, new tenants, they could be charged up to that, but they would be, limited by what the market would support. In comparison, the current market rate rents at Turing average $3,155 a month. So that is actually less than the maximum that can be charged to turnover units. And so to new tenants could be charged more technically than what the current market rate rents are at the Turing. The HCD maximums are less than what CSCDA would permit, and it's less than what the current Turing rents are. As you can see there, the maximum for HCD would be about $2,957 or $3,000 per unit per month. Then we have what they're proposing to charge existing tenants of $2,830 on average for the units. And then the next two rows, compare it to current market rate rents. We looked at the units that have been built in the market since 2014. So these are they're new units, relatively new units. And in that, when you look at that inventory, there's about 2,000 units in the city of Milpitas, citywide. And the average rent for those new units is about $2,740. So as you can see, the proposed reduced rents of $2,830, that average rent exceeds the current citywide market rate rent for newer units. And then finally, we looked at the citywide average rent for all units, and that's less. It's about $2,600 per unit. So the bottom line is that while the rents will be reduced for existing income eligible tenants significantly, they will be still at a higher rate than what the current citywide market rate rent is for new units. And for the units as they turn over and you have new tenants, they may not benefit at all from those reduced rents, in that they could be charged market rate rents for those units effectively. Next slide. This graph is important for two things. The orange line shows the historic rate of change of the area median income for Santa Clara County. And the blue line shows the average rate of the annual change of market rate rents citywide in Milpitas. And so as you can see with the orange line, which is the AMI line, what happens often is that the AMI remains fairly flat for many years. And then there is a catch up, and then it shoots up like at 10% a year for several years. And so this is important for this program, because under the restrictions of the CSCDA program, rents, when the AMI is flat, rents will not go up. They'll be flat too. And then when the AMI goes up by, say, 10%, rents will not go up by 10% on existing income eligible tenants. The rents will be capped at 4%. So as a result, it will not, the average rental rate increase will not mirror the average of the AMI because of that 4% cap, the way the structure works. Next slide. So this shows, for example, that during the 10-year period of 2009 to 2019, the AMI increased at an average annual rate of 2.2%. But during that period of time, there were 4 years at which it went up, it was flat, didn't go up at all. There were 3 years in which it went up at 1%, and 3 years it went up at 4%. So if you calculate the average of that, that's 1.5%. Relative to the AMI going up at an average of 2.2%, and then market rate rents went up 2.8%. And so there's an error in this narrative. If in the future, if we had this program in place, the rents on existing income eligible tenants would have increased at an average annual rate of 1.5% over this 10-year period. It wouldn't have been 2.2. It would have been significantly less than the increase in the market rate rents. Now, this is important because the project sponsors are projecting that on average during the bond term, so over the 34-year, their cash flow projection is based upon an annual increase, average annual increase of rent growth of 3%. So if you have these the rents on existing tenants capped at low rates of say 1.3%, in order to achieve an average of 3% per year, that means that you have to have pretty hefty increases and a lot of turnover. You have hefty increases on new tenants and significant turnover in order to achieve that average annual 3% across all units. Next slide. So in terms of our overall findings relative to the affordability benefits is that, you know, on the good side, the news is that rents would be capped at moderate income levels for the duration of the bond term. So for the 34 years or however long that CSCDA owns the project, and before if the city sells it for market rates, it would be the rents would be capped at moderate income levels. And the rental rates that would be charged to income eligible tenants, existing income eligible tenants would decrease significantly by about 10% or $325 per month per unit. But even with those proposed rent reductions, the project's rental rates would still exceed the average market rental rate, the citywide rate in Milpitas. And that is both for new units that have been built since 2014, as well as for the entire inventory. And under the CSCDA program, the maximum permitted rental rates for units that turn over could actually exceed the current turning rates by $900 per month. The projected performance, as I mentioned, and the ability for the project to pay off the debt relies on rents increasing at an average annual rate of 3% per year. And in order to achieve that average annual across all of the units, then you need to have the new tenants paying significantly higher rents than the existing tenants pay, and that those rents on turnover units will increase rapidly, I think, over the hold period in order to achieve that average annual 3% target. So in the near term, the affordability benefits will be limited, and they'll be really focused on those the benefits to the income eligible tenants. Over time, if market rates, you know, increase dramatically, then the project will have a significant difference between market rates and affordable, potentially, provided that it depends upon the CSCDA limits relative to market over time. The last finding is that these rent restrictions will be in place for the term of the bonds, which will be 34 years. And in order to have RENA credit, the deed restrictions would have to be in place for 55 years so that this project will not provide any benefits to the city or any credits to meeting the regional housing need allocation. Next slide. Okay, to go to the next topic of our review, or the financial considerations, so the financial returns to the city. The city's investment in this project and other taxing entities, what it is it's foregoing these ad valorem property tax revenues and property taxes in lieu of VLF revenues for the city of Milpitas. And so you can see that in the Milpitas in this current year would be foregoing about $381,000 a year. By year 15, it would be about $502,000. By year 30, it's about $676,000. The cumulative amount of property tax revenues that the city would forego by participating in the project by year 30 would total about $15.4 million. All taxing entities have to forego the ad valorem property tax revenues. Now, for school districts, they are backfilled by the state, but then the state, so in effect, the state would not get these revenues. So the sum total of foregone property tax revenues over the 30-year period for all taxing entities, is about $93 million, the cumulative investment in the project. Next slide. Another issue relative to finances is funding for capital improvements. So the project is going to fund both a capital reserve amount of a proposed amount of 3.1 million out of bond proceeds. And then in addition to that, of providing annual payments of $700 a unit and then $1,000 a unit. And the amount that has been set aside in the reserve account out of the bond proceeds is based upon a property condition report that was prepared, and it indicated that the project would need about $3.1 million of infusion into capital improvements over the project's first 12 years, which if you extrapolated that over the 34-year bond term, it would be indicate a need of 8.8 million. We would argue that that is less than the actual needs because the property condition report, the items that it addressed did not look at the needs of a project as it ages. For example, there was no indication or funding for a new roof or for new landscaping or for doors and windows in the apartments. So the project is providing a total of 7.6 million in 2021 dollars approximately over the 34 years. And it appears that that is it's less than what the extrapolation of the property condition report would indicate. So it appears to be inadequate to meet the project's needs over a 34-year term. And based upon that, upon sale, the city would probably have to invest some additional, a portion of the proceeds really to fund capital needs. Next slide. This provides a picture of how the distribution of the sales proceeds would go at the end of 30 years. And if the city were to call for a sale in 30 years. The first scenario that we have looked at is based upon the CSCDA's cash flow projection, which reflects a 3% annual growth in rental income. We also then prepared a second scenario, which has a less aggressive projection regarding rent growth, because remember, we were just talking about with the existing units, the income eligible units, that their rents are capped, at the AMI or 4%. And so we then have looked at an assumption of 2% annual growth, which is a less aggressive assumption. And then also looking at if the city had to then put additional funds for capital improvements in year 30. So that's the second scenario. We just think they provide a good bracketing of looking at what the returns to the city would be upon sale of the project. So under scenario A, and we've estimated that the gross sales proceeds would be about $401 million. That reflects a 5% cap rate. And we know that the sponsors have a more aggressive assumption than 5%, but that's what we have done based upon historic averages. After you pay off the remaining debt on the bonds, the net proceeds would be about $325 million. The amount of foregone property taxes of 15.4 million, if you paid that back to the city, then the net return to the city would be about $309 million. If you were to discount that $309 million by 3% to reflect projected inflation, you would have an estimate of a current value of $127 million. And if the city were to pay back all the other taxing entities in the state for foregone property tax revenues over the 30 years, the net proceeds to the city in current dollars would be about $96 million. So that's a significant return to the city. Under scenario B, it highlights how sensitive the economics of the project are to differences in assumptions regarding the cash flow. If income goes up, if income doesn't go up at 3%, if it only goes up at 2%, we're showing that the gross sales proceeds would be, instead of $401 million, it'd be $285 million. Net proceeds after debt would be about $102 million. You still have the same amount of foregone property taxes of 15.4. So this, and then we've just bracketed if you had to fund a capital improvement, and we have estimated in current dollars about $10 million. And in future dollars at the year 30, it's about 28 million. So you end up with net proceeds of, with under that assumption, of about 59 million. And if you were to adjust that for inflation, you get net proceeds of $24 million. And then under that scenario, you would not be able to, the city there wouldn't be sufficient proceeds to compensate the other taxing entities in the state for foregone property tax revenues. So this shows that there's this big swing between 24 million versus 127 million, and the project sponsors will show a much higher return because of the reduced cap rate that they're assuming that the project would sell for in year 30. So the returns can be significant. They can also be fairly minor if the rents don't grow at the projected 3%. Next slide. The overall findings relative to financial feasibility is that, first of all, the city's investment, city would forego a total of 15.4 million or 9.7 million in 2021 dollars of property tax revenue. The repayment to the city and the bondholders, it's important to note, is contingent on the project's performance. So, you know, if there are no guarantees of the returns to the city. In contrast, the project sponsors, the CSCDA and the administrator, their returns are generated primarily compensated from the bond proceeds. So they're upfront. They don't have any, quote, skin in the project, and that they don't have any cash invested. They're not permitted to invest any equity into the project. So their financial incentives are really, they're paid out upfront, as opposed to driven by the performance of the project, which, under most real estate projects, the developer or the owner, they receive their return based upon the performance of the project. That's not the case in this situation. The administrator does have a $5 million potential payment at the end of the bond period, which is their incentive to make sure that the project does well. Based upon our projections, the property would not generate sufficient proceeds to cover the outstanding debt in year 15 if rents grew at 2%. If they grow at 3%, as the sponsors have projected, you could actually sell it in year 15 and pay off the outstanding debt. The net proceeds to the city with a sale in year 30 are estimated to range from 24 million to 127 million, as I showed in the prior slide, in 2021 dollars, depending upon rent growth. And another, concern to the city is that the capital reserves and the funding for capital improvements over the duration of the term be sufficient to cover the project's needs. And based upon the current plan, it seems that they probably are inadequate. Next slide. Our overall recommendations. Next slide. We believe that these recommendations would improve the project and reduce the risk to the city, improve the affordability benefits, and reduce the risk to the city, I guess would be the two primary. And we believe that the rent reductions that are being proposed should be set at levels that are below current market rate levels, citywide levels in Milpitas, so that the project delivers enhanced affordability. We would recommend that the rent and income restrictions contained in the regulatory agreement be modified so that they conform to the HCD income and rent formulas. And that would be a great benefit to the city and to the tenants, because it would really then limit what those rents that could be charged on the vacated units upon turnover, and they would then be affordable, truly affordable at moderate income levels. We recommend that the property condition report be updated to address the needs for the entire 34-year term, and that the funding be sized so that it covers, that matches the property conditions recommendations, and so that it covers the project's needs over the 34-year term. We're not saying what the amount should be. It should just be that they should provide sufficient funding to cover the needs as addressed by the property condition report. Under the current program, the city doesn't have any control over refinancing during that 34-year term. And it would be, less risk to the city if the city had the right to approve any refinancing of project debt. We would also recommend that the project be required to submit proposed rent increases to the city's approval, for the city's approval, to ensure that the affordability restrictions are enforced and that the city have some oversight on the changes in rents. And that there's a number of reports that we would recommend that the project be required to submit to the city, so that this demonstrates that the affordability covenants are being properly implemented and enforced, and the city is kept abreast of what's going on with the project. Next slide. Number 7, we would like for the administrator to be obligated to certify that the affordability covenants are being properly implemented and enforced. We have so many projects that we work on in which there are covenants, and that they are, the owners do not actually implement them properly. And without oversight, or without the administrator being obligated to certify, it makes it difficult for the city. We would recommend that the cash flow projection should be based on more conservative assumptions to reduce the level of risk and provide greater assurance of long-term viability and greater affordability benefits. We recommend that the bond underwriting assumptions be reviewed by an underwriter retained by the city and the city's financial advisor to ensure that the bonds are appropriate for the city's participation, that they would recommend that the city participate in the program. Greystar is the proposed property manager, and they're a highly qualified property manager. We would recommend that they be required to submit their tenant selection plan, maintenance plan, staffing plan, and marketing plan for the city's approval prior to the city going forward with the program. And that the Greystar would be required to also submit annual reports on the project's operations, including the rent roll, that clearly track the annual increases in rates and operating expenses, capital improvements, vacancy rates, bond interest and redemption payments, and all of the bond specific payments, so that the city knows what is happening with the project over the bond term. And so that concludes our recommendations. Let me see, next slide. After we completed our report and we had the presentation to the subcommittees, the CSCDA team came forward with 2 proposed amendments. And one was an amendment to the affordability mix. And I think if you recall, the basic program here on the left-hand column is that 33% of the units would be restricted at 80%, 33 at 100, and 33% at 120. And their amended proposal is to change that up a bit, and that you would have 40% of the units at 80%, 20% at 100%, and 40 at 120. But the average impact on rental rates still remains under these, the average still is not changed under the 2 proposals. So it's not a difference, it's just a different in mix. With the average rental rate for the reduced rental rate would be $2,830 per month. Next slide. The other change that was proposed is regarding the funding for capital improvements. The proposal that was presented was that from the bond issuance, there would be $3.1 million of a reserve fund. They proposed to increase that to $5 million from 3.6 06 to 5. So that's about a $2 million increase in the amount of the bond proceeds that will be available for the capital reserve. And then instead of $700 per unit per year starting year 10, they would have $1,000 per unit per year starting in year 10. And so if you look at what that calculates over a 30-year term, the existing proposal calculates at about $7.1 million of funding over 30 years in current 2021 dollars. And the proposal, the revised proposal would add over $3 million of funding in current dollars over the 30-year term. And our recommendation is that while this is additional funding and it's a great change, our recommendation remains unchanged in that we would like for the property condition report to be revised so that it provides an independent assessment of the project's needs over the 34-year term, and that the project sponsors demonstrate that there is funding in place through the reserve funds and the annual deposits into the reserve sufficient to cover the project's needs per the property condition report. Next slide. And so with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'd like to turn it back to Ashwini, please.
Thank you, Debbie. I just have a few more slides. So in addition to the recommendations that Debbie just talked about, we did add an additional one based on kind of the findings of the consultant and in consultation with the city attorney's office that the city should consider entering into an agreement with the project team so as to clearly capture the roles of the project team in the city through the term of the bond and also to describe process for enforcement. Next slide, please. Benchmarking. So we did include some of this work in consultant scope, and then staff did some research as well. So it's just summarized here. Based on information from a recent article in the Orange County Register that's part of your agenda packet, there are now 28 of these kind of middle income housing programs in California, with 21 of them established pretty recently, just in 2021 across 16 cities. And of the 28 programs, more than half are located in Southern California, the rest located in the larger San Francisco Bay Area. There are currently no programs in Santa Clara County. And then the three largest cities in the region, San Jose, San Francisco, and Oakland, as well as other cities such as Santa Clara, did evaluate participation in these programs, but decided not to participate. As we mentioned earlier, we did ask the consultant to talk to up to 3 cities to get their feedback as to why they decided not to move forward. San Jose City Council basically voted not to move forward because of several reasons, but their key concerns were lack of oversight, the amount of debt, and the level of affordability benefits. And then Santa Clara also evaluated participation in the program, but did not move forward for reasons similar to San Jose. But then one of the big concerns for them was that the units would not count towards the regional regional housing needs allocation numbers. Next slide, please. And I wanted to just spend a few minutes on staffing and fiscal impact. So although consultant costs have been paid by the owner, we did want to note that staff has spent a substantial amount of time working with the consultant and project team. We wanted to make sure we're doing our due diligence before we bring anything forward to council. And so if council wishes to move forward with this and or the similar programs, staff will need to bring back a discussion on additional staffing resources. As we noted in our staff report, we have already received several similar requests from other owners and JPAs. And staff is already working on many council priority programs and initiatives in the housing arena, and several of these come with federal and state mandated deadlines. So it's not possible to simply absorb this additional work by reprioritizing. So we will need to talk to you about adding resources. One of the preliminary recommendations also includes having a financial advisor and bond underwriter review the bond terms to vet any potential risk to the city. These will be additional costs for the services, and we will also need time to enter into a contract for these services. And then in terms of fiscal impact, Debbie already covered this. So just to recap, over a 30-year period, it's estimated that we would forego a total of about 15.4 million, 9.7 in 2021 dollars of property tax revenue. If you included all taxing agencies, the foregone tax revenues would be about 93 million over a 30-year period. And as noted in Debbie's presentation, since the asset is intended to be handed over to the city at the end of the bond term, the city may be able to recoup lost revenue. However, the amount will very much depend on the project performance over the term of the bond. As Debbie noted, cash flow projections and capital investment are obviously key factors in determining the value of the asset at the end of the bond term. Next slide, please. So in summary, just wanted to kind of go over 4 areas of key considerations for council as you deliberate on this. Level of affordability. So as you heard, rents are higher than market rate apartments in Milpitas, and per CSCDA limits could continue to be substantially higher for new tenants. Units do not count towards RENA numbers, doesn't add new housing stock. And income eligibility does not align with HCD limits, thus allowing for higher rents. So this is obviously a recommendation that we would ask council to consider as having them aligned. And then again, financial projection and assumptions, we would look for the project to have more conservative assumptions, because as you saw through the sensitivity analysis that was done, anything that doesn't kind of meet the current projected rates could result in a significantly decreased ROI. Capital investment, we just talked about that. We would recommend that it be based on the life of the project, or at least the end of the bond term, so that we can make sure that the asset is maintained in good condition when it's handed over to the city. And then transparency and oversight, again, it can be viewed as a positive with regards to not needing additional city resources with the limited city role. But as we all know, the city will be held accountable by the community if there is no oversight and things go sideways. And so, for example, the city does not have any control or oversight of rental rates, implementation of the affordability covenants, timing of any refinancing, or appropriate maintenance of assets. So these are areas of concern, which is why we made the additional recommendation. And so next slide, please. So this brings us to the staff recommendation. The first one is simply to accept the report. And the second one is really if council wishes to pursue this project, to provide input on the preliminary recommendations. And given the several recommendations, we thought it may be best to kind of bring back a framework and goals based on those recommendations for this project, along with a revised project proposal. And with that, that concludes our presentation. The proposer also has a presentation, Mayor. So depending on if you'd like any questions to staff right now, or go directly to that presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much. Our Assistant City Manager, Ashwini Kantak, as well as our consultant, Debbie, for your work. That was a jam-packed nonstop, I think 30 minutes or so of info that some of us have seen in the subcommittee meetings or watching them online at home alone, but just a lot of work here. And we'll go to our applicant. We want to make sure we cover our bases. Does the applicant want to add to the discussion tonight? Okay, that's fine. We'll go back up. Yes.
Yeah, good evening, Honorable Mayor,
there you
Vice
are.
Mayor, council members. My name is John Penkeller. I'm with CSCDA. We do have a brief presentation. I'm going to make a few comments in the interest of time. And then I will turn it over to the project sponsor. Thank you for including us in your busy agenda tonight. Thank you to your staff who's worked diligently on this opportunity. Just as a reminder, CSCDA, we're the largest joint powers authority in the state of California, comprised of Milpitas, 530 other cities and counties, created by the League of Cities and CSAC, the Counties Association. And we operate about a dozen financing programs for cities and counties. In the affordable housing space, We've issued bonds for approximately 100,000 units of low income and very low income units. And this workforce housing program you're looking at today grew out of our existing work in the affordable housing space. Just to bring you up to speed on the program to date, it's been wildly successful both in Northern and Southern California. 4,100 units have been acquired and converted to low and middle income families in both Northern and Southern California. A number of cities have imposed their rental preference policies. So they're providing a preference to first responders, nurses, teachers, recent public school graduates. That has been an attractive component to other cities. And then most importantly, even in the last year, we've seen the leasing outcomes, which is most important to my board and those that have promoted this program. We've converted a few hundred leases in the projects to date, and we see the individuals moving into these units. We see their income, firefighters, police officers, nurses, young teachers. They're qualifying, they're moving into the units. It's been really warmly embraced by those cities. The 15 projects to date, there's about 6 other projects that are likely to be approved here in the next few weeks throughout the state. I'm going to stop there. I'll remain available for questions and turn it over to Sean Rawson from the project sponsor team.
Thank you, John. I'm Sean Rawson, the co-founder of Waterford Property Company. As John mentioned, we are the project sponsor on this project. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council, for allowing us to present tonight. Sharon, if you don't mind, can you pull up the presentation that we sent? Thank you. If you don't mind going to the next slide. I'm just going to give a brief overview on Waterford, and in the interest of time, because I know that we've gone through the proposal at length this evening. As I mentioned, Sean Rawson, co-founder of Waterford Property Company. We are a market rate multifamily development company, as well as an affordable housing developer with just over $2.5 billion in assets. We have been extremely active in this workforce housing program with CSCDA. To date, we've done just over $1.45 billion of bond issuances, totaling just over 2,500 units in the program in partnership with CSCDA. And we've worked in cities such as Anaheim, Glendale, Long Beach, City of Pasadena, Orange, and then CSCDA has done this program in the cities of Dublin and Santa Rosa, just to name a few. So as John mentioned, it's a program that is growing. To date, there's been about $8 billion in total transactions in the program. The bond investors in these assets are accredited institutional bond investors, such as pension funds and retirement accounts. So you've got a very sophisticated bond underwriting team. And most of our transactions are typically 3 to 5 times oversubscribed. The bond underwriter that we're working on in this transaction is Goldman Sachs, who's been one of the most active underwriters in this program to date. If you don't mind going to the next slide, Sharon. The target demographic that we're targeting in this program are households that make too much to qualify for traditional affordable housing, but typically not enough to live in what we would say is traditional market rate institutional multifamily assets. To date, the types of folks that we've seen move into our projects are first responders, teachers, civil servants, healthcare professionals, public safety employees. Through our portfolio, we've seen a number of teachers that have recently moved into our program, and we're actually working on the first of its kind project in Southern California, where we're partnering with a school district to provide local preference, as John mentioned, and that's something that we're happy to discuss on this project. If you don't mind going to the next slide, Sharon. just to work through the similar, or to, excuse me, the target asset types that we've targeted are recently built institutional quality Class A assets. So the three projects on this slide are recent acquisitions: Altana in the city of Glendale, a 507 unit Class A project that we bought earlier this year; Ocean Air, a 216 unit Class A project across from the new Civic Center in the city of Long Beach; and a project called the Jefferson in Anaheim, a Class A asset across from Angel Stadium in Orange County. If you don't mind going to the next slide, Sharon. So real quick, I know that Debbie touched on it. So the project proposal that we're here tonight with is for Turing, 371 unit project in Milpitas. 135 Drive. It's a recently constructed Class A asset. I'm going to the next slide. So as Debbie mentioned, the original affordable proposal that we provided the city was to do a third of the units at 60 to 80% of the area median income, a third of the units at 81 to 100% of the area median income, and then a third at 101 to 120% of the area median income. So on an aggregate base, what we're showing is a 10% discount to current in place market rents and a $1.446 million rental savings in the first year upon conversion to the middle income project. But one of the things that I want to point out is that there was discussion, and we'll touch on it in the recommendations, in terms of the ability to raise the rents to higher income levels, or to higher rent levels upon conversion. And one of the key things I want to point out is that the bond investors in these projects are investing in social impact bonds. These are affordable housing bonds. We are not allowed to raise the rents above where in-place market rents are. We'd be in violation of our bond covenants, of which, these are publicly financed bonds, which means we do annual audited financials and we do quarterly reporting to our bond investors. And as I mentioned, these bond investors are candidly the likes of pension fund investors that have public retirements and other public money as well. So the level of reporting is extremely high. So I just wanted to point out that even though the regulatory agreement as structured in those income bands allows for higher rents, we cannot do that the way that these projects are financed. Not to mention, it's hard to justify how you could raise rents above where market rents are. The last point I want to make on that as well is the alignment of interest. Is, as Debbie mentioned, the way that the project administrator gets compensated in these transactions is that we do receive fees to manage and be the asset manager at the asset, but we also get essentially a subordinate bond, which is subordinate to the A bonds, which essentially aligns our interest with the bond investors, meaning that if something were to go wrong at the asset, we'd be in jeopardy of losing our bonds. So to say that there's no skin in the game, if you will, or necessity for success in terms of operating the asset is not true. That said, unlike a traditional affordable housing project where the affordable housing developer shares in the cash flow and then takes over full ownership of the asset once the tax credit investors exit the partnership, we do not have the ability to do that, which means that we don't share in any of the cash flows. So there's no financial incentive for us to raise rents. Candidly, the only thing that happens is if you raise rents above where market rents are, is that you pay down the bonds in an expedited manner, and the beneficiary to that is the city, because the city is the long-term financial beneficiary to all the equity in the asset. So there's no incentive to raise rents at these assets. Next slide, if you don't mind, Sharon. So, a lot of conversation was spent on the financial benefits to the city, and as Debbie mentioned, we have different assumptions than KMA does. But that said, the true essence of the argument here is that at the end of the bond term, the city is going to inherit a fully paid off apartment community that's 371 units, which at that time will be 32 years old. So if you think about that in the context of someone in today's environment, 2021, saying, we're going to hand you a 1986 vintage apartment building here in the city of Milpitas that is fully paid off, as you can imagine, there's tremendous pent-up equity in that asset. That's the way that these assets are structured. So to say that there's going to be no equity in the asset at the end of 35 years, we do disagree with that. But that all said, the key takeaway from this slide is that on the city's tax share rate, what we're estimating, and I will say the one piece that this slide doesn't capture, and so I do agree with Debbie's analysis, is this does not capture the VLF portion of the taxes. So we had estimated that the city over 30 years would lose $11.221 million, including the VLF. I believe that Debbie's number is correct. That said, you look at that in terms of the overall tax loss over 30 years, $15 million, and then the long-term equity that will be provided by the sale of the asset or the refinance of the asset at the end of the bond term by the city. What we're estimating is a $500 million surplus in proceeds to the city of Milpitas. So that said, there will be tremendous equity in the asset. Next slide, if you don't mind, Sharon. So a couple things that I just wanted to touch on, and I appreciate the recommendations and the analysis that KMA has done to date. But I wanted to touch on a few of the considerations in the staff report. So as it relates to affordability considerations, the proposed program would provide restricted rents for existing tenants that are within the HD limits for moderate income housing for a period of 34 years. The one comment I want to make on that is, we're traditional affordable housing developers. So we build a lot of both 4% and 9% tax credit projects. If we were to come to the city of Milpitas and build and finance a 4% tax credit project with no city money, we would not be required to use HCD rents to qualify for tax credits. So I would tell you that that's not a market request to use HCD rents. And there's currently tax credit projects in your city that don't have HCD rents. That said, I do believe that there are ways for us to get creative to add to the additional affordable rental savings. And we're happy to work through that in the coming weeks with staff, because we've had a chance to work with our bond underwriters and believe that we have some good ideas on how we can do that. Number two, under the proposal, rental rates charged to the existing tenants would be decreased by a percentage of 8 to 12% with an average monthly savings of $323. As previously discussed, the aggregate weighted rental savings is 10.3%. We had a slightly different monthly rental savings at just over $400. But that said, we're really close. The third point is that Turing commands premium rents relative to other market rate projects in Milpitas. That the key thing here is that in order to have a what I would say an apples to apples comparison, you need to use Class A projects not only in Milpitas but also Santa Clara County, because as Debbie mentioned, the sample set of just 2,000 units in Milpitas is a small sample set relative to Santa Clara County. So when you expand that and capture Santa Clara County, that those rents are much higher than that. Number four, The rental rates to be charged on new tenants as space turns over would be subject to CSCDA maximum rents, which exceed market area rents, and in most cases exceed the current market rate rents charged by touring. Again, that's incorrect. We can't do that as covenants as part of the bond indenture agreement, and nor do we have any financial incentive to raise rents more than we have to. And that it's key, because if we're not participating in any of the cash flow, why would we want to raise rents above what our underwriting rents are? We've underwritten a 10% discount to market. And the last thing we want to do is exceed that, A, because it makes it more difficult to lease, but B, we would be in default of our regulatory agreement. There is no financial incentive to raise rents. Next slide, or thank you. Given the proposed reduced rents would exceed average market rents in Milpitas, and that rents on new leases would likely be significantly higher than the market rate rents in Milpitas, the project affordability benefits are limited. I disagree with that. Again, new leases would be leased at a minimum of a 10% discount to market. As I previously mentioned, these are government obligation bonds with a social impact designation, which means the bond investors that are investing in these bonds, and this is, again, a broad market, are investing in these projects with the intent of providing affordable housing, not market rate housing. And then the last point, the rent restrictions will not provide the city with any RENA credit, and that's true. And we are working on legislation in Sacramento. We've been in partnership with the League of Cities and CSAC and a number of other interest groups. And even though at this point in time, the city would not get RENA credit for this project, that said, it would help fulfill the goals of the housing element, but more in a more tangible arena. It would provide meaningful rental savings to the residents of Milpitas, where your firefighters, your teachers, your police officers, the real key residents of this community. Next slide, if you don't mind. So I want to touch on the financial feasibility considerations. The project financing does not require an investment of cash equity, and all debt is secured solely by the revenue generated by the project. The structure provides significant upfront compensation to the administrator, CSCDA, and the current owners of the project. Again, these projects are financed with tax-exempt bonds, which means that we are not allowed to invest any equity in the asset. That said, we do get an acquisition fee, but it's the true alignment of interest is we get a B bond. We don't actually get those B bonds until the A bonds are paid off, which means that we have a high financial incentive to make sure that these projects perform as underwritten and that they're successful. Because if not, then we would lose our B bond, and that's our long-term financial interest in these assets. The cash flow, number two, the cash flow is based on an assumption that rents will increase by 3% every year. This is not supported by historical data. Again, we disagree with that in the sense that when you look at Class A apartments in Santa Clara County, over the last 10 years, rents have grown at over 4.5%. It is correct if you were to just use Milpitas apartments and use the entire housing stock of A, B, and C class apartments, that it would fall just below 3%. So I agree with that. But that said, these are Class A assets. And if you were to look at that in Santa Clara County, the rent growth is actually much higher than we underwrote. Number three, as it relates to the capital improvements, as Debbie mentioned, we revised our initial underwriting to include all of the first 12 years of capital expenses required in the property condition assessment. We're capitalizing that into the bond issuance, and that's that $5 million. In addition to that, we have a $781,000 operating reserve. And then in addition to that, we're starting at a $300 a unit annual operating reserve to be paid through cash flow. That increases at 3%. And then we up that to $1,000 per unit in year 10. So cumulatively, over a 35-year period, we have just under $16.6 million of capital reserves. The key thing in this is that if we were to go do what we call in the affordable housing world an acquisition rehab, or if we were to go buy, call it a 1970s or 1980s vintage apartment building here in the city of Milpitas, and put tax credit and bond financing on it, or put agency financing through Freddie Mac or Fannie Mae, they would only require us to do a 12-year PCA analysis. So what we've done in the underwriting is consistent with what Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac would require us to do when we finance a tax credit project. That said, we are agreeable to amending the PCA to forecast out 34 years of property conditions, and we're happy to work with staff on that. And we believe once we're done with that, that we'll be able to show that the capital needs that we've budgeted are in line with the entire 34 years. Next slide, if you don't mind. So the last thing I want to touch on is the preliminary recommendations. So the first recommendation, that rent reductions should be set at levels that are below market rate levels in Milpitas. Currently, as proposed, what we are proposing to do is by dropping rents at 10.3%, we believe that our rent discounts are significant relative to other Class A apartments in both Milpitas and Santa Clara County. But more to the point, the first year rental savings in the asset are just under $1.5 million. And on a 35-year cumulative basis, we're forecasting $175 million in rental savings. We see this as a meaningful public benefit to the residents of Milpitas. The second recommendation, that rent should conform to HCD. We are happy to work with staff and with KMA on revised affordable housing underwriting criteria, but to say that we should be compliant with HCD rents when there's other tax credit and affordable housing projects in the city that don't have to comply with HCD rents, I think would be disingenuous. So that will be tough. But that said, we do have some ideas, and we're happy to work with staff to create additional affordable savings. And number three, property condition report should address project needs for a 34-year term. As previously mentioned, we're happy to work with staff on that and think that we can accomplish that. Number four, refinancing of project debt should be subject to city's approval. We agree with that, and we have no issues with that. More to the point, any equity that's pulled out of the asset goes straight to the city. We have no financial participation in that. Number five, ensure that the affordability restrictions are enforced. We're happy to work with staff in the mechanism on that. The key thing here is that it's keeping the city, and Debbie mentioned it, currently the city has no liability in this structure, and that was designed purposefully. What we like to say is that these transactions are structured in such a way that CSCD is holding the asset in trust on behalf of the city, shielding the city from liability, but providing future financial upside to the city. So that said, the more enforcement mechanisms that the city has in the structure, that opens the city up for liability, and we're cognizant of that. More to the point, if there are affordable housing projects, specifically, we could go do an ACT rehab project in the city with zero city funding, but have tax credits and bond financing, and record a regulatory agreement with CSCDA, and the city wouldn't have any enforcement rights on a project of that nature. So my point here is that what we're proposing to do is consistent with other affordable housing projects in the city. Number six, annual report to the city. We're absolutely fine with that. Sharon from the housing team at the city was nice enough to share some language that they've used on other affordable housing projects with reporting requirements. I looked at that language, and we're actually very open to that. And so that works for us. Number 7, administrators should be obligated to certify that the affordability covenants are being properly implemented. In theory, I think we're fine with that. We just need to work through the language piece of that, and think that there may be a path forward on that as well. But we just have to have bond counsel opine on that. Number 8, cash flow should be based on more conservative assumptions. What I would tell you is that these bonds are bought by accredited institutional bond investors, as previously mentioned. They undergo very extreme and thorough credit analysis. 2 weeks ago, we sold $240 million worth of bonds on a Southern California transaction that was almost 6 times oversubscribed. My point of telling you that is that to say that we aren't underwriting these assets correctly, but you have a 6 times oversubscription and some of the most sophisticated bond investors in the world, I would tell you that these undergo extremely thorough credit analysis. And number 9, assumptions should be reviewed by an underwriter retained by the city's financial advisor. Again, that reverts back to these assets and these transactions undergo thorough underwriting analysis. There's only a few bond underwriters that have done these transactions. We're working with the largest in the space, and candidly, the market leader. So we have the experts already examining this structure. Number 10, tenant selection plan, maintenance plan, staffing plan, and marketing plan for city approval. Again, in theory, we're okay with that. We need to be very careful though in how that's structured, and that's really in protection of the city, because the more say that you have in that, you put yourself in the line of fire from a liability standpoint. That said as well, one thing we can't have is that the city says that they get the power to approve leases, and it takes you 60 days to approve a lease, and then we'll have vacancies sitting there, which that will hinder the performance of the asset. Number 11, if you don't, thank you. Annual reports on projects operations, and that was previously touched on. We have no issues with that whatsoever. And then number 12, a project agreement that defines roles with the city. In theory, that's a very broad recommendation. So candidly, I'm not quite sure what that means. But that said, I think that we're amenable to that. Again, we would want to structure it in such a way that it protects the city from liability. So that all said, we're encouraged with where we are in this process. I think that there's a lot of ways to work through these recommendations. What I would tell you is that the team that you have working on this transaction between Waterford, Goldman Sachs, and CSCDA, we're the experts in this space. Collectively, we've done the most transactions in terms of dollar amount this year in the state. And so we pride ourselves in coming up with workable solutions and view the city as a potential partner with us. So our ask tonight is that we can return within 30 days to have a package for final approval, which would include a single resolution of the city opting into the Joint Powers Authority, and then the city approving a public benefits agreement, which is the mechanism that makes the project or the city eligible to receive all the long-term equity in the asset. With that, I'm finished with my presentation, but I'm happy to provide or answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to keep it going here. It's been about an hour of presentation. Let's go to public comment for item number 17. Public comment. If you're in the chamber tonight, you'd like to make a public comment. Yeah, we got 2 podiums. Come on up, 6 feet apart. Use your sanitizer to lather your hands, I should say. Yes. Welcome. 1 minute.
Mayor Tran, my name is Peter Zach. I'm managing partner at Lion Living. We're the current owner of the touring property. And here tonight, thanks for the time that you've allotted for these presentations. I just wanted to point out, Lion Living started developing in the city of Milpitas back in 2008. We said at the onset when we started here that we were long-term community partners, long-term holders of our assets. we are in the process of building out the Fields project. As you know, touring was the first phase of the Fields. The Fields is contemplated to be 1,200 luxury high-end units. They're fully entitled, and we're in the process of building them. This project, and I just don't want to lose sight of the big picture here, is converting the highest end property in Milpitas to workforce housing, and we're really excited about the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, public comment here in the chamber. Come on up, Mr. Montemayor. Come on, I'm just gonna call you. Come on. Okay, watch your step. Watch your step, man. Yeah.
Voltaire Montemayor Milpitas. Oh, I just try to remember two things. The AMI, if the household or the probable renters will be there and having the AMI of 2,800 at least, then they will be covered. I think the rent will be subdued. In other words, you'll be ahead if you have that average income of 2,300, 2,800 something. Yeah, as long as you have the AMI higher than the rent, then you're okay.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. All right, public comment here in the chamber. If anybody would like to, don't keep me waiting, folks. It's past 11, and welcome.
Hello, everyone, all the council members. Thank you for your time today. I know it's getting late. My name is Justin Davis. I'm CEO of Landspire Group. I have worked in partnership with Lion Living for 2 years now, and we've been exploring this same structure with Lion over the past 6 months and studying it. And one thing that we've taken notice is, one, that there's certainly a demand and need for affordable housing within the state of California. I am actually from the Bay Area and have seen closely what's happening due to the housing crunch here, and will encourage the council to strongly consider embracing this opportunity. The missing middle is everyone that is near and dear to our city, our teachers, our first responders, people who really make the city go. And without that housing, you're leaving them vulnerable. So again, want to encourage
Thank you very much.
that.
I appreciate you very much. All right, public comment. Come on up. And we appreciate everybody being here in the city of Milpitas.
Mayor Tran, council members, I'll keep my comments brief. Kyle, starting with Lion Living. Two things I wanted to touch on. One is the affordability levels and rent increases on market rate units in real time. Obviously, as Pete just mentioned, we're property owners here in Milpitas. We're seeing rent increases on the market rate unit product at our properties and our competitors as well. We're seeing double-digit rent trade-outs right now. So as units are turning, those units are going up 10+%. As we're doing renewals, it's the same thing. So I think one thing to highlight in this project is the fact that there are 4% rent increases or AMI. I think that's really important. It may not look like it today, but I think if you look a year or two out, you see 20% rent growth over those 2 years. If you guys were to implement this program, you certainly wouldn't see those types of rent increases. So I think that's really important to note. The other thing I'd say is that the school district, their taxes are going to be backstopped by the state. I don't think that was discussed today, but I think that's important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yep. We keep the meetings moving here in Milpitas. All right. Anybody else in the chamber here tonight before we go to the Zoom? I see the virtual raised hands. I appreciate the virtual raised hands. I see no further actual hands in the chamber going once, going twice. Going to the Zoom. First up, we have Jackie Romero.
Good evening, City Council. I just want to say this sounds like a high risk. Number two, I looked at the touring Yelp reviews. Doesn't sound very good. Also high risk with crime in the building. I'm not sure if you should make any decisions tonight in regards to this, being that the community obviously has not been notified of this big investment if you're going to make it. And I believe the community deserves to know what you're going to be putting them through. If this is a long-term commitment, and your job, I believe, is to look at how to manage the risk. And if you're going to look at this one, I think the best way to manage this risk is to avoid it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Joseph Weinstein. Welcome.
I would hope staff would address some of these issues. First of all, Sean said this is a Class A asset. It won't be a Class A asset once it's affordable. Second of all, they call for a 3-year transition. Does that mean we're going to evict 33% of the people there? Third thing is that in Debbie's presentation, it says we don't even know how many people that are in this building would qualify for affordable housing. After 34 years, I think if you're going to do this, you need to make sure that this is a viable building, which includes earthquake insurance. I want to tell you, as an owner of 4 different units of affordable housing in multiple states, after 34 years, I would expect you'd have to redo every single one of the apartments and bring them up to date. And it's going to probably be sold to affordable housing group. So it's not going to be sold at market rate after 34 years.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. Any further virtual raised hands on the Zoom for item number 1717? Okay, I see no further virtual raised hands going once, going twice. That's it for. Oh, they got it. They got it right in there. Josh Childress.
Hi, how you doing? I just want to speak to the validity of the program and the project itself, and the ability to create affordable and workforce housing units immediately. As a workforce and affordable housing developer, it's an incredibly time-intensive process. So being able to create these units for this missing middle, the first responders, the police officers, teachers, immediately is, I think, a powerful tool. And so I urge everyone to make sure that you think through that. And then to the individual who just spoke previously, to automatically assume that, making a project affordable automatically decreases the value of the project, I think is a disrespect to the individuals that will be moving in. And so relative to that, just keep that in mind. Affordable doesn't necessarily mean that individuals are going to come in and mess up the property. These are people who, we trust with our lives on the streets. And it's important to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well said. Okay, great. Looking for any further virtual raised hands. I appreciate all our guests this evening and their contributions to the agenda item discussion. I don't see for any further virtual raising going once, going twice. That's it for public comment. We're going to bring it back up to the virtual dais. I do want to do a time check for all. I will do my best to keep my remarks short tonight. I won't be giving my full support to this item or proposed project. I am not going to be giving my full support to this project. I do have room, I think, in my decision making if the applicant wants to increase some of the capital improvement funds or to take their action with creating an even more affordable opportunity for working people out there. And I'm not here tonight to hammer out all those details. I don't think tonight is the right place for that. But certainly this is a monumental proposal here in the city of Milpitas, the largest sort of housing proposal our city government has ever seen. And so my recommendation tonight is to provide the applicant more time to bring the council back some further options for the council to decide. I'm just not comfortable with the capital improvement fund that's proposed, as well as some of the affordability. It doesn't really capture me. So that's all I got to say. I'd like for this to continue and come back with more options. I believe the applicant does have room to do more for Milpitas, at least more options we can consider. But I'm far from supporting this item, although I do appreciate its intent. I think there's more that can be done for Milpitas, a lot more. And so I'll go to my colleagues here. Anybody on the council that would like to contribute different from maybe what I said? And I'll go to the virtual dais. We'll go here to Councilmember Fan.
I'd like a chance for the applicant to respond to some of the concerns or the requests made by the council. I'm hopeful that we can come to some kind of agreement by the end of the night, because I don't really envision this coming to fruition if we delay it much further. I think, well, during the presentation by the applicant actually did agree to a good number of requests made by staff. Some of it, still has room to come to terms in, and that's something that could obviously come back in the form of a resolution should staff and the applicant, actually agree on the conditions. But I'd like to, cross all of the asks off the list by the end of today. So, I understand that the asks were, or at least from what I've heard so far, is on the capital funds, if that can be funded. I'd love to hear from the applicant on that. And as far as the affordability goes, something that I don't think was really brought up, or really, I just want to highlight the journey that this whole process has undergone. So initially, the affordability levels were actually lower. I am very thankful that the applicant did come back and work out the numbers to raise the affordability levels. It is difficult, I think, to raise it past a certain point and still pencil out the project in a way that can be beneficial in value to both the applicant and the city. So that's the downside of moving it too far. But the point I'm trying to make is that the applicant has increased affordability levels already. And then the other thing that I want to know is the real value that I see this project bringing to the city is the long-term value, is the equity that the city has after the term is completed. Those are units that we actually own, meaning we can choose to do whatever we want with it. If we would like to sell the property, that's something that we can do. If we would like to hand it over to a nonprofit to manage in terms of to continue affordable housing, and actually extend it so that it's actual affordable housing, not just workforce housing. That's something we can do down the road. And that's the kind of control that we do have down the road. But that's the incentive for us to really, work with our partners on this project. you know, it has to be looked at not from a, oh, look, this is a housing development proposal. No, this is a long-term equity investment. The RENA numbers might not qualify currently because of the state policies and procedures. But at the end of the day, you get the units later on down the road. And that's something that, you know, we will need. And so that said, I do want to give the applicant a chance to respond. But if my colleagues have other asks or concerns, you know, please raise them at this time as well, so that, you know, we can hash out all the details, because, you know, this is a project that has been in the works for quite some time now, and I'm very thankful. I'm really thankful for the work that staff put in on this. I don't think staff gets enough credit, and I apologize for stressing staff out all these months. But, you know, this is really tremendous, the progress that we've made on this. Other cities, I think, aren't as courageous, to be quite frank, to have this kind of conversation, because, you know, it is a new program. Totally, it is a new program, but the cities that, you know, are signed up for it, they're starting to see a lot of the benefits. And you can't, you know, be afraid to be the first, you know, to really pioneer a program like this, because it can really change so many lives down the road. And ultimately, you know, this is a program that I see a lot of community interest in. So I know that this is one applicant coming before us. I would anticipate several more proposals in the future. What we're discussing right now can potentially lay out that framework, so that in the future, you know, we don't really have to go through this again.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. I'm going to do a time check. If you can help out your colleagues, they would like to speak as well.
Absolutely. I think that I've summed up my points. I'll come back if there's anything else, but thank you for the time, and really thank you, staff, so much for this.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for both the applicants for your presentations, to Debbie and John Pankauer and the other folks. So, you know, my priority is to protect the city from any risk. And this is all novel. You know, we haven't ever had something like this brought to us before. And I understand that the premise is to provide affordable housing, but, you know, and really that's the key. It's to provide affordable housing. I still have a lot of questions, and I'd like to see this come back so that some of my questions can be answered. You know, I'd like a better understanding of the bonds. You know, what kind of bonds are they? I know they mentioned governmental bonds, but, you know, most people don't know a lot about bonds, and I don't. I'll be the first to say that. So, you know, I'd like more education. The other thing is, the community needs to have a voice. This is it's something new, and I think that there has to be some kind of dialogue with the community, so that way, because they're the ones that ultimately, at the end of the day, they're the ones that are going to be impacted, because these are public dollars, and, you know, and those public dollars come from sales tax and property taxes. So we have to be really mindful of how we invest these monies. So it's risky, but maybe again it's not. I'm not sure. So I would really like for this to come back and bring back more information, more. That's what I would like to see. I think, but most of all, community input. The community needs to have us their say so. So that's my dialogue that I'm having here. And one more thing, so let's say that hypothetically we do buy it does become a city owned. Does the land also belong? Will the land also belong to the city, or just the structure?
The
Just
land too. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. And we'll go next to Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Can somebody let me know how much is the bond? How much is the debt? How much bond are we talking about? Anyone? Debbie, Ashwini, or the applicant?
Yeah, I would ask the applicant to respond, given that it's their
We'll go
profile.
to Sean. Hey, Sean, how you doing?
Good. Good evening again, everyone, and Councilmember Chua. I'm pulling up the total bond issuance would be roughly $260 million.
So the city will be in debt for, not the
No.
city, but the bond is $260 million. This is the amount that we need to pay through for 30 years. According to the calculation is 34 years. I have a lot of questions, like one of our residents say, there's a lot of risk involved in here. And it's a new thing, it's a new program. Thank you, Mayor. Just like Vice Mayor Montano said, we're not saying no to this because it's new, but on the other hand, we need to be sure you answered all these questions for us, like the level of affordability is a key to me. The way you project the cash flow is very generous compared to the conservative assumptions made by KMA, the consultant. The payment of the bond is really is questionable. The difference between 3% and 2% makes a big difference in terms of the payment of the bond. That's an issue to me. The loss of property tax. One thing that I've learned from the pandemic, one thing I learned from this city, because we have a balance between our property tax, our sales tax, and our hotel tax, we were hit tremendously by the hotel tax. It was down. We were hit by sales tax. It was down. It's still down. But the only thing that sustained us is property taxes. And now we're not getting anything for 30 years from this property. No property taxes. The long-term value of the property is questionable because you don't have an oversight. Because we don't have an oversight, we don't control the performance of the property. That's a big issue to me. I know we can do some reporting, but those are reporting. Those are after the fact. It's already done by the time you get the report. So those are questions to me. And the last thing is, I would like to caution my fellow council members that it's like one of the one of the residents say, it's high risk. We have to think really hard on this. And I agree with Vice Mayor, we need input for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you
Mayor
very
Tran.
much. Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. And we'll proceed to the next council member momentarily. I just want to do a time check, and I continue to encourage and recommend to the council for us to bring this back where maybe some more of the numbers can make sense. As I feel, I don't think tonight is not it. Okay, next up we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I don't tend to usually move in this direction, or it's definitely not something that I have learned, but I definitely want to agree with the Vice Mayor and her leadership. I definitely, as I was hearing her say, her insight on this project and some of the comments, I think are dead on. And so I'm going to move with her leadership on this. And so I agree with her that it needs to come back. It's definitely, there's still a lot of questions, and I too want to understand a little bit more of some of the questions that were posed. So at this time, I definitely want to look to the leadership of the Vice Mayor. And so I agree with her that we should bring this item back. I will go ahead and yield my time. I know that we've had a long night, but I hope that we could all just get a consensus on this so we could close up the night and move out in a positive fashion. So thank you very much for your time.
Great job. Thank you very much, Councilmember Dominguez, and great job, Vice Mayor Montano. Absolutely fantastic, and all my colleagues as well. All right, so we do have a consensus here among the council. I know Councilmember Fan, you're looking to take a separate action. Any lasting words here, Councilmember Fan?
I think what I've heard is that it's not necessarily a no, but you would like community input, and you did have some follow-up questions that you'd like to hear from the applicant, and some asks were made. So my motion then is to sum up what I just mentioned, and essentially have it come back as requested, with that community input, with addressing those concerns, and seeing if they can meet some of those asks, if that is a reasonable motion, and for this to come back at the first October city council meeting. It would touch on what everybody here has said. Obviously, I would have preferred for this to move forward tonight, but I'm mindful of everybody's views, and I try to incorporate all of that into the motion. So that's my humble ask.
Well, I'll stick with the Vice Mayor's recommendation.
What's the
we bring this
recommendation?
back, not with so much detail. I want to really limit city staff time on this. They've really poured in all the groundwork already. I think what folks are primarily looking at is seeing some of the numbers in the proposals on the presentation shape up a little differently. I think each of us can meet with the applicant to provide our input respectfully, and then we can see what the applicant will bring back next time at a council meeting.
Yeah, I think the only thing that my motion kind of like adds on to is the time frame.
Mhm.
But you know, I'm okay with that recommendation. Um, yeah, I was just gonna ask if it can come back October 5th, if you know, that's a compromise that we can all.
Yeah, we're not directing staff to do anything with this item. We're just asking for it to come back. Really, we'll be working with the applicant individually to provide our input. And so there's actually no in-depth staff work at this time.
No, I understand, and like my request is, you know, also for it to come back, but like, you know, like when, you know, and for me, my suggestion is October 5th, unless you know you have, you know, a different date in mind, but
Yeah, we'll go second. We'll go second regular meeting of October. We'll go second regular meeting of October. Okay. Okay. All right. There's no further comment. Councilmember Fan. We'll go to Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for added comments. Just wanted to have a clear direction to staff based on the recommendations. Vice Mayor, I just wanted to confirm that you'll be adding, so you're moving to bring this back with a direction on October, to make a vote on October 19th? Is that what I'm hearing?
Anthony, the maker of the motion, said October 5th, but I think that's too soon. I'm just saying maybe the 19th. I just threw that out there.
would you
Okay.
be more comfortable with the
Would it be
19th?
okay to add a date? I also just want a date in it. So Vice Mayor, would you be open to, I hear what you're saying.
The 19th.
Is that okay to add in? Okay, okay. So if you add that into your motion, then I will go ahead and second your motion and
That was
support it.
Anthony.
Oh, so does Anthony want to make a friendly amendment then to the motion?
No,
That's
Anthony
fine.
was the maker of the motion.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna second.
Okay, that's okay. Perfect. All right, we're good.
Yeah,
All right, go ahead.
Okay,
Let's
yes.
move then.
Yeah, so that's my motion, for it to come back with more information and for potential adoption of the resolution and public benefits agreement October 19th, after obviously more info is communicated to the council and to the public. And thank you, Carmen, and all of you for collaborating with me on this. I do want to make it something that you know, we can all agree on, at least to some extent, and be proud of. So thank you, everyone.
I think Karina was a second on that motion.
Okay, great. We'll go to Councilmember Chua.
Mayor Shan, point of clarification.
Yes, please.
Can
Point of
you
information. Yeah.
restate the motion, please?
That's a point of information. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm confused. I mean, what is?
Well, essentially, my understanding is we're going to bring back the agenda item very much as stated on the agenda tonight. Only the applicants going to receive feedback from the council one by one. And we're looking for more options and community input the next time this comes back. I don't think I hear any of, well, let me disregard. I don't think I hear a majority of the council tonight during this meeting that are in support of the proposal from the applicant tonight. And so we're looking for more options from the applicant. How's that?
That's perfect.
Yeah.
There's no resolution there. Just from.
There's nothing new from tonight's agenda item.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're not moving forward on this one.
Yes.
We're parked right now, so there's nothing.
Thank you so
further.
much, Mayor.
Thank you very much. You know, at the end of the day, I'm not voting on it, so you can put whatever you want on there. We got to work through it, get it right. Is there an opportunity? Yes, but you got to do it right. You don't do it right, it's going to fail time and time again. No one wants that. Okay, great. So we have a motion from Councilmember Fan. Is that okay?
Well, I would like to have the option of approving the resolution and benefits agreement, along with the information. If council is still uncomfortable with approving it by then I understand that can't be helped, and you're free to vote however you vote, or have it come back even further. But I would at the very least just like to have the option of approving it, the documents, the aforementioned documents.
That's not even possible if you think about it. That's just, this is a monumental proposal here, and to think that we don't even have an agreement and we're just going to meet up in a month and have an agreement all of a sudden and then approve it. There's so much more due diligence that needs to occur. So I'm opposed to your recommendation to change the motion. This is something that we have to be very careful with and deliberate. So I would not feel comfortable rushing it. I'm part of my vocabulary, but that's how I feel. Okay. All right.
Well,
any further support for the council members' proposal?
Wait,
or the agenda?
I have my hand up, Mayor, with all due respect.
Okay, I'll call upon you. Next up with the virtual raised hand, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I would like to seek the leadership of Vice Mayor Montano. Vice Mayor, in your initial request, I know you had said to come back with information. Would you be open to come back with that information and that resolution? And then at that time, because what I feel is that if we bring this back as a item for another discussion, after it has already gone through a couple minute meetings in the sub housing committee, we're going to have another discussion. I just want to be able to make a decision for direction and not spend more resources on this. And so when I was hearing you talk, it sounded like that's the way that you wanted. So I just want clarification of what do you want?
Thank you. No, I want staff and the applicant to come back or whoever and give us more information, give us all the details, like I said, of the bonds, and also what type of bonds and the impacts. Also better understanding of the bonds and a better understanding of, and a dialogue with the community. And, because this is a complex issue and we really, really need to fully understand it. So it doesn't hurt to come back another time. And I know that Anthony said October 5th, but I'm saying, well, staff probably needs more time and the applicant probably needs more time. So that's probably why October 19th is probably in the middle. So that's what I'm asking. And, that's when we'll decide. I mean, the more information, the better.
I understand that, but I also want to be very sensitive. So I've been attending the meetings online, and there is time-sensitive issues on, based on the information that I heard in the housing subcommittee. So I want to find a compromise. I really do. And what I'm hearing you say, what I'm hearing Councilmember Fan say, I think a compromise would be asking the applicant if they could come back by October 9th with information and then putting it back, hold on, and then putting it back on the council agenda for October 19th for direction and an actual motion for direction. How does that sound?
That's what we're going to, that's when we're going to decide, because like I said, it's all fact finding, information finding. And then I think information is, knowledge, when you know more about a subject matter, you can make better and wiser decisions. Absolutely. And right now there's a lot of answers that I don't have, and I want more.
Could I kindly ask a clarification question to the applicant? If we ask the applicant to come back by October 9th, I would like to ask the applicant, would you be able to bring back all And even maybe have a meeting with the sub housing committee to bring back those questions, answer them in the sub housing committee, and then, or come, is October 9th enough time for you to come back with that?
I'm gonna stick, I'm sorry, council member, but I'm gonna stick with my, well, actually, I'm not even the maker of the motion. And if you want me to amend that motion, I can't amend it because I'm not the maker of the motion, so.
Well, I'm trying to find a compromise, Vice Mayor.
It's getting late, and that's the whole key. That's another issue there too.
Okay, so it doesn't sound like a compromise. Personally, I just feel that this needs to move into direction. One thing we have seen this council do over and over is waste resources. And so this has already gone through 2 sub-housing committees. I personally think if we're going to be serious about this, then let's put some language to make direction. If not, we're just making it seem to the public that we're putting more time on this when we're really not. So I don't want to waste resources, and I don't want to waste more time on this if there's decisions made. So I'm trying to reach a compromise. And the compromise is asking the applicant, could they come back, in my perspective, with this information by October 9th? So questions could be answered, a community meeting could happen, and then as a council, we could make a decision in a timely fashion that could not jeopardize this project. Because if we put more time into it, we may jeopardize the ability for us to move this forward. So I just don't want to pretend that we're doing something when we're really not.
We're not pretending. We're doing our due diligence to try to make sure that we do the right thing for this community. And
right, but there's a time.
If it means coming back one more time, I'm gonna do it. I mean, I'm for it.
Okay, but there's a time
but I think we need to end because
Let me do a point over here. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So I second.
I think the council has individuals have made their independent decisions. We've provided ample opportunity for compromise. Sometimes it doesn't work out. Let's go to Councilmember Chua.
I actually second Councilmember Fan's motion. So at this point, it goes for a vote.
Point of order. It's Councilmember Chua's turn to speak.
It's my turn to
Councilmember
speak.
Chua.
Mayor Tran, there is a motion on the floor from Councilmember Anthony Fan and a second from Councilmember Dominguez. I'm calling for the question.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Let's do it. I love it. I love it.
I'd like to restate the motion just, because we discussed like a bunch of
I'm calling for the
things.
question. Your motion.
I don't even know what the motion is anymore though. Like
Go ahead.
I would have to restate my motion.
Yes.
Like, okay, so I retract my previous motion and
Let me pause you if that's okay, Anthony. I know Sean wants to speak. Is that okay if Sean speaks?
Yes, please. Absolutely.
Okay, Sean.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And I'll keep my remarks brief. I just want to say that I've heard that the conversation that the council's had, and we'll respect whatever this body decides to do. But that said, I think that we can have a proposal that we can work through with staff by October 9th. I know that date was thrown out, but I don't think we're too far off in terms of the gives on the capital needs assessment. I heard your comments loud and clear, Mayor, and I think that we can formulate what staff's recommendations are. On the affordability levels, we have some new mechanisms that we can do that. And then third, I've heard Vice Mayor's comments on the bond structure. We're happy to set up a meeting and bring our bond underwriter, Goldman Sachs. This can all be done in a very quick time frame, but I want to reiterate that we're committed to this, and we're happy to work with this body and staff in a very timely fashion to bring this issue back. The last point I'll make, and again, this is not us playing heavy-handed in any way, because we want this to be the right fit for this city. So we fully appreciate that. That said, this is a market transaction. This is a very liquid, and when I mean liquid, this is a very competitive market to buy Class A institutional multifamily assets. It's the most competitive sector in the real estate industry. So there's this transaction. If this body decides not to move forward in October, which that's fully your discretion, the transaction will die. So that said, if it doesn't work for the city, we understand. But that said, we think that this is a chance to provide meaningful, affordable rental savings to the city of Milpitas. But thank you for your time, and just know that we're committed, and we can work with staff very quickly to make some, what I would say, meaningful changes to our proposal.
Thank you very much, Sean. Thank you very much. I'll go ahead and make a motion to bring back item number 17 for the second regular city council meeting in October. And between now and then, I will encourage the applicant to contact each council member so that we can provide input on some of the changes that may be requested by each individual respectfully. And we'll bring that back to second meeting of October to look at the options that the applicant will provide with some of the figures across the board throughout the whole presentation. And then we'll make a decision. That's my motion. Need a second.
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Chua. We're going with the vote. Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Nay.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. That's the direction for tonight. That's item number 17, folks. Thanks a lot. I didn't see anything in the presentation tonight that made me want to fully commit for this city over 3 decades. So the best part is we do have another opportunity. Thank you very much for item number 17, which took nearly 2 hours, but hey, we're still keeping it going. Item number 18 was put on consent. Before we adjourn tonight's meeting, I want to thank everybody for being here together tonight. Life is very precious, as we've really been made to feel over the last nearly 2 years. And tonight's meeting will be adjourned in the memory of a couple of residents that we no longer have with us, special residents that some of us know very well, dear to our hearts. I'll start off with Perla San Vicente, Victor San Vicente's wife. She recently passed away. She was a valued member of our community that was always at events, supporting community leaders, elected officials, council members. The San Vicentes hosted neighborhood night out up on North Park, Victoria, and welcomed residents really from all across the city. I think our city manager was there one time to their home. I have fond memories of Perla in this city, and I can speak for many that we are heartbroken by her departure to eternal heaven, and I hope that we can all meet her there one day. Another resident that we lost was another longtime resident, Malik Hussein, a real estate agent here in Milpitas for, I believe, approximately 40 years. A person that raised their family here in the Sunny Hills neighborhood. The 3 children, as far as I can count, graduated from the high school. And so we want to recognize Malik Hussein as well. We miss you. And I pray that each of these longtime residents of many decades peacefully went to heaven. So always good to have perspective. And let's look after each other, take care of each other. And this meeting is adjourned.